Thank you. The committee will come to order. The committee is meeting today to receive testimony on the status of Puerto Rico's reconstruction and recovery after recent natural disasters, beginning with Hurricane Maria in 2017, a series of earthquakes in 220 that occurred in 220, and Hurricane Fiona that just this past September. We're also here to discuss the restoration and modernization of Puerto Rico's power grid, which has experienced numerous major failures with significant impacts to the residents of Puerto Rico. Under Committee Rule 4F, any oral opening statements at the hearing are limited to the chair and the ranking minority member or their designees. This will allow us to better hear from our witnesses sooner and help members keep to their schedules. Therefore, I ask unanimous consent that all other members' opening statements be made part of the hearing record if they are submitted to the clerk by 5 p.m. today or at the close of this hearing, and whichever comes first. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Without objection, the chair may also declare a recess subject to the call of the chair. Without objection, the member from New York, Representative Torres, is authorized to question the witnesses in today's hearings after permanent members have had their opportunity. As described in the notice, statements, documents, or motions must be submitted to the electronic repository at HNRC docs@mail.house.gov. Members physically present should provide a hard copy for staff to distribute by email. Please note the members are responsible for their own microphones. As with our fully in-person meetings, members may be muted by the staff only to avoid inadvertent background noise. Finally, members or witnesses experience technical problems should inform committee staff immediately. I now want to recognize the vice-ranking member vice chair of the Insular Affairs Committee, Mr. Sablan, if he has any opening statement. Hearing none, let me turn to vice-ranking member of that committee, Representative Gonzalez Colon. Commissioner? You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I really appreciate this committee doing this hearing and actually deferring the time to the original date that was near Hurricane Fiona. I think it's important what we're doing today. I think Puerto Rico has been facing many also from the fiscal situation. A few weeks.
I think we're having some technical problems.
To address.
We're not able to hear Commissioner directly.
Can you hear me now?
Now we can. Thank you. You're recognized.
Can you hear me now, sir?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's something
funding that has been approved for the island, and many of those funding is not being used because of the hurdles and the red tape of many federal agencies to use on the island. For example, we're talking about more than $11.8 billion that are coming from HUD to do an upgrade of the electrical system on the island. That is one of the major issues we're facing because of the situation. Sometimes we got a week and we got several audits.
Could be a problem.
Got an old system with a lot of lack of maintenance during all those years, and we may require doing literally an upgrade, and that means not just equipment outdated by decades, but also in terms of deter maintenance, bad habits of all administrations, just to cancel whatever projects were approved during the prior administration, and that's just it's a wasting of time and of course a wasting of funds. One of the issues that we've been facing in PREPA, or the local company, since 2017, has not only so many issues are being discussed here, and my colleagues in Congress came with me to the island after Maria. Many of them saw firsthand what was going on. After Fiona, a few members of Congress as well went to the island. They saw what happens, but results are being slow. First major obligations for permanent infrastructure rebuilding were announced only late 2020, and getting the money out from the federal agencies is just it's just a situation that over $80 billion in recovery funds are being allocated, but just one third of them has been actually dispersed. Why is that? And I think the governor of Puerto Rico and government officials can answer all those hurdles and problems they're facing in terms of getting that money out. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Yields, thank you very much. Let me attempt to recognize Mr. Sablan if he's joined us for any opening statement or comment he may have. The chair. Here. Let me now ask the full committee ranking minority member for any statement he may have. Mr. Westerman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank everybody for being here today, and I do look forward to continued work with the resident commissioner to ensure that Puerto Rico has a stable footing. I also look forward to the day when we're all in person back in the hearing room again, and we're not doing remote testimonies or remote voting. As we see again the trouble that we often face with technology. I believe that attaining financial stability, repairing infrastructure, and ensuring access to affordable and reliable energy for the residents of Puerto Rico will set the island on a solid and prosperous path forward. I appreciate the ongoing and tireless work of Ms. Gonzalez-Colon here in Congress on behalf of the residents of Puerto Rico. Devastatingly, Hurricane Fiona made landfall on Puerto Rico on September 21st, 2022, crossing the southwest corner of the island. It brought 85-mile-per-hour winds and heavy rainfall on the island, almost unimaginable rainfall, totaling 32 inches in 72 hours near the southern coastal city of Ponce. If we could figure out how to move that rain from Puerto Rico to California in the west, that would solve a lot of our problems, but unfortunately we don't have that technology yet. Those hurricane force winds and the heavy rains caused an island-wide blackout and severe flooding. The storm taxed Puerto Rico's already fragile electrical grid, which had been patched but never fully repaired or upgraded after Hurricane Maria in 2017. In early October, I traveled with the resident commissioner to Puerto Rico and met with the governor, who I'm glad to see is here today. We met with local agencies, federal officials, and power grid operators to learn about the recovery efforts underway after Hurricane Fiona and to assess damages in several municipalities firsthand. We also discussed ongoing challenges to restoring electricity across the island in the wake of Hurricane Fiona. It was reassuring to see the amount of progress that had been made in restoring power and water systems on the island less than 3 weeks after Fiona made landfall. But there is still much work to do to restore critical infrastructure, homes, and communities after the devastating storm and flooding. Federal agencies need to continue working with the Puerto Rico government and local municipalities to recover from the natural disasters that have impacted Puerto Rico. We should strive to increase the resiliency of the island so that when there are future natural disasters, we can see even quicker recoveries and less damage. The Puerto Rico Electric Power Authority, or PREPA, has been plagued for decades by issues leading to inefficiency of operations. In 2021, Luma Energy won a contract to operate PREPA's electricity transmission and distribution system. I recognize that there have been several challenges with Luma's operations on the island. We all need to work together to ensure the island's electric grid is strong, and again, a grid that provides affordable and reliable electricity to the people of Puerto Rico. As I've said before, I support an all of the above energy approach, but it has to be an energy approach that works and delivers. We need to work for affordable and reliable energy that meets the needs of local communities. We will continue working for that and assisting in any way that we can. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Thank you. And let me recognize myself. I want to begin by thanking my colleagues for taking the time to join us for this full committee oversight hearing on Puerto Rico's post-disaster reconstruction and power grid development. In the last 5 years, Puerto Rico has been impacted by one major natural disaster after another. And the litany is there, and everybody is aware of them, the latest being September 2022. Just this morning, a magnitude 5 earthquake struck the island. The territory's structural issues, including fragile infrastructure and some of the nation's highest poverty rates, make Puerto Rico extremely vulnerable to the compounding effects of climate change, especially the increase in the frequency and the intensity of hurricanes and storms. The purpose of today's hearing is to receive testimony from key stakeholders regarding post-disaster reconstruction efforts in Puerto Rico. We will also discuss a legislative proposal designed to provide life-saving post-disaster energy resources to those least able to access them. We will hear from local government officials, the electric utility private operator, local nonprofit and community leaders, and professional association. Although FEMA's administrator was unable to join us today, I want to thank the Biden administration for its rapid and bold actions to ensure Puerto Rico has the resources it needs to recover from Hurricane Fiona and previous natural disasters. After Hurricane Irma and Maria impacted Puerto Rico, Congress appropriated disaster aid for the territory, but the reconstruction process has moved slowly, very slowly. For almost 3 years, the previous administration withheld billions of dollars for critical projects on the island. Further, although FEMA provided significant support to Puerto Rico, the agency's response was hindered by its adherence to protocols that failed to account for Puerto Rico's structural issues, including the territory's financial situation. The government of Puerto Rico has been criticized for its inability to apply dispersed funds in a timely manner toward critical projects, community organizations, and small businesses. In June 2021, operational control of Puerto Rico's energy grid was transferred from Puerto Rico Electric Power Authority, PREPA, to private operator Luma Energy, which was tasked with rebuilding the grid and improving service. Since then, Puerto Rico has not seen an improvement in the frequency of outages, but problematically has seen an increase in their duration. The local government must conduct aggressive oversight of Luma's contract to operate, maintain, and modernize the electric grid. Additional accountability is necessary. The residents of Puerto Rico deserve a reliable electric service. To increase resilience on the island, the government of Puerto Rico makes significant infrastructure investments. This includes prioritizing projects to modernize the electric grid toward a more reliable systems for residents that is decentralized and less reliant on fossil fuels. But Puerto Rico doesn't have the funding to go it alone, and the federal disaster funds that have been appropriated so far cannot provide the resiliency that Puerto Rico's most vulnerable populations need. I'm seeking to include in a post-Hurricane Fiona an emergency supplement of $5 billion for the Department of Energy to provide rooftop solar and battery storage systems for low-income households and households with people with disabilities in Puerto Rico. I want to thank Secretary Jennifer Granholm for supporting the proposal, and amidst the island-wide blackout caused by Hurricane Fiona, pockets of solar power generation were able to keep the lights on. A preliminary study from the National Lab of Renewable Energy PR 100 program found that Puerto Rico's high exposure to sunlight could produce over 4 times the amount of energy that it needs for rooftop solar power. Now I want to welcome all our witnesses. Thank you for joining us today. We welcome your insight and recommendations. And now I will turn to the witness. Before, let me remind all the witnesses and my colleagues on the dais that the 5-minute rule will be more aggressively monitored and by myself. We have a lot of witnesses, and it's a voting day, and people. I've heard from members that have made plans to leave and go back to their districts and their homes, and so in order to maintain as much participation by members, I hope that everybody strictly takes to that 5-minute rule, and I will remind members as we go forward. And now let me introduce the witness. Let me begin by introducing distinguished Governor of Puerto Rico, the Honorable Pedro Pellegrusi. Sir, thank you so much for the time to be here, and you're recognized, sir, for 5 minutes.
Chairman Grijalva, Ranking Member Westerman, Resident Commissioner Gonzalez Colon, and members of the committee. Thank you for holding this hearing about the recovery of Puerto Rico. I am pleased to report that Puerto Rico is emerging from a challenging period with strength and optimism into a new era of stability, evidenced by the island's economic upswing. As our economy recovers, we're working to ensure that Puerto Rico's energy system is reliable and resilient, speeding up our reconstruction and seeking fair treatment in Medicaid and Medicare, as well as inclusion in the SNAP program. Puerto Rico, Congress, and the Biden administration have committed significant resources to the island's recovery after the 2017 hurricanes, the subsequent earthquakes, the pandemic, and the most recent Hurricane Fiona. As of today, 70% of the CDBG-DR disaster funds have been obligated. Out of over 12,000 eligible families, more than 6,400 families have had their homes rebuilt or received housing vouchers. In addition, over 2,300 residences are under construction or pre-construction. FEMA has obligated over 91% of the funding allocated for emergency and permanent work projects, and almost 20% has already been disbursed. We now have 2,132 projects under construction for a total cost of $800 million, and over 1,600 projects totaling over $1.4 billion are in the permitting process and should start construction soon. The transformation of our electric system is one of our highest priorities. We're committed to moving away from fossil fuels towards renewable energy and converting our fragile and integrated electric grid into a modern, resilient, and interdependent one that can serve Puerto Rican residents and businesses without blackouts. The grid reconstruction is underway, with multiple substations repaired, thousands of poles and streetlights replaced, and over 33,000 new solar customers connected. Also, 90 energy projects are in the design phase, 43 are awaiting FEMA approval, 51 have been approved, and 40 projects are under construction. Furthermore, 1,000 megawatt in utility-scale renewable energy generation projects, including 200 megawatt battery storage, are in design or construction, and we're about to finish an RFP process for additional renewable energy projects that will generate 1,000 megawatts, along with 500 megawatts in battery storage. In addition, we're installing solar and battery systems on all homes rebuilt under our R3 program and have allocated $500 million of CDBG mid-funding for assisting low-income households in acquiring solar panels and batteries. Moreover, work has begun to deploy $1.3 billion in CDBG DR funds for microgrids and energy storage systems in remote communities and first response agencies. However, given Hurricane Fiona's recent impact on Puerto Rico, our electric system has suffered additional damages. After I requested emergency assistance to stabilize our power system, FEMA agreed to provide resources to assist Puerto Rico in increasing its power generation capacity, and improving our transmission and distribution of energy. The plan proposes to install temporary generation through power barges and high-capacity portable generators, and to perform short-term repair work in our existing generation plants and electric grid. This will allow Puerto Rico to concentrate all efforts on advancing the transformation and modernization of its electric system while our people have stable service. Our asks to this committee and Congress include providing a 100% federal share match for energy-related FEMA-funded projects, giving congressional authorization to FEMA to adjust fixed cost estimates of approved projects given the recent increase in the cost of construction materials and supply chain disruptions, amending the Stafford Act to authorize FEMA to consolidate disasters into a single award of federal assistance, and supporting the proposal of Chairman Grijalva and other members of Congress to allocate $5 billion in directed CDBG-DR funding for residential solar energy systems on the island. Finally, I must remind this Congress that even after the successful restructuring of our public debt and rebuilding of our infrastructure, Puerto Rico will remain hindered until our century-long status question is resolved. The people of Puerto Rico voted and chose statehood as their path forward. Congress should call for a vote on the political future of Puerto Rico and commit to implementing the will of the majority. After all, that is what democracy is all about. I thank you for favorably reporting H.R. 8393 out of this committee and urge Congress to approve it. Thank you.
I'm going to pass them myself at this point and ask the ranking member if he has any questions for the governor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you again, Governor, for being here and for your testimony. We know that both electricity generation and transmission distribution were affected by Hurricane Fiona. The winds and rain knocked down power lines, substations were flooded, and supply lines were interrupted, as we noted in the visit that you led us on with the resident commissioner when we were in Puerto Rico. So based on the information that you have, was the power loss primarily the result of downed power lines or lack of electricity generation or some combination of the two? Where would you say the most emphasis needs to be placed?
It's a combination of the two. Actually, LUMA has estimated that the damage to the transmission and distribution grid could amount to up to $4 billion, but at a minimum, it'll be $2 to $3 billion worth of repairs that need to be done. You're talking about mostly lines failing, falling, poles falling that need to be replaced, switches, breakers, transformers damaged, among other damage. In the case of generation, some of the generating units suffered damage because of all the excess humidity that they were exposed to. And even there, I understand the amount of the damage, or the extent of the damage, doesn't involve or reach the number that LUMA estimated for the repair of the transmission and distribution grid, but it is substantial. FEMA, at my request, came to Puerto Rico after Fiona and made an assessment along with DOE, Corps of Engineers, EPA. They visited 35 facilities, generation facilities, substations, critical substations, and they confirmed, and I saw this about 2 weeks ago, they gave me an informal report with pictures and everything, the damage that had taken place. And FEMA has agreed to come in and assist us in increasing our power generation for a period of time which could range between 1 year and a year and a half.
So thinking about...
Why? This is important because we are, right now, because of units failing, generation units damaged, we are barely supplying the demand that our people, our constituents have. And we cannot repair the units or give them even regular maintenance as they should.
Now,
So
are you talking about the oil-fired units? Those
I
generating
am
units?
talking about all of them. FEMA has already agreed to make repairs in the Aguirre plant we flew over, which is a bunker diesel oil plant. Costa Sur plant, which is mostly or should be an LNG plant. The San Juan plant and the Palo Seco plant, which again are, in the case of Palo Seco, a bunker C oil burning plant. San Juan, it's a combination.
I'm going to have to move on,
Yeah.
Governor, but you brought out a lot of points I would like to discuss more. But I know we talked about LNG exports, and I think you said you've got 2 places where you can import or bring ships in with LNG. But because of the Jones Act and because we don't have LNG flagged U.S. vessels, you're having to buy that gas from, I think, Sierra Leone, or maybe you told me it's another country.
It is mostly Trinidad and Tobago,
Trinidad
but
and
it can come as far from what you just mentioned,
Yeah.
Sierra Leone.
Where we could be using domestic produced gas coming out of the Gulf. But also, when we look at having an electric system that's more affordable, more reliable, and that is cleaner than the bunker oil. I know there's been a lot of emphasis on offshore wind, on solar, but to give that real baseload power, it seems like there would be more of an emphasis on building gas plants and figuring out how to get domestic gas there from the Gulf of Mexico that we know provides very clean, very reliable, and very affordable power when we were rebuilding this system. So we need to have a lot more discussion about that, but there's
Let me quickly
3
respond because it's something that you should know with all respect. The Energy Bureau of Puerto Rico just authorized a request for proposals process to have in Puerto Rico a 300 mega LNG plant, privately financed. It has entrusted the P3 authority to handle that RFP process, request for proposals. And I envision that process will start at some point early next year. So we will be seeking a private LNG plant at that level, 300 mega, which is significant.
Thank you very much.
So for your knowledge.
Thank you, sir. Hate to interrupt you, but this hard and fast rule is already being broken as we speak. Recognize my colleague from Arizona, Mr. Gallego. Sir, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Governor Pierluisi. Thank you for being here today. We're all eager to continue the conversation about Puerto Rico's resilience and disaster reconstruction, and I'm proud to have worked closely with you on this issue during my recent visit to the island in the immediate aftermath of Hurricane Fiona. Being present on the ground and seeing the situation firsthand is an important step in understanding how we can be most helpful moving forward. It's also important to note that the continued question of Puerto Rico's status has hindered federal assistance programs for years and will continue to do so until it is resolved. So passing the Puerto Rican Status Act out of this committee was a big step in the right direction, and we should all work together to keep that momentum going and bring it to the floor. I have a couple questions. Number one, Hurricane Fiona was only the latest in a series of hurricanes and natural disasters impacting Puerto Rico in recent years. What changes did the government of Puerto Rico make to improve disaster response after Hurricane Maria? And do you believe those changes improved the response to Hurricane Fiona?
Well, the FEMA administrator is the one that has praised us, actually, because of our response to Fiona. Deanne Criswell has said that the coordination she saw in Puerto Rico between our first responders and FEMA can be used as a model for the rest of the nation. She also said that, for example, they have warehouses with supplies in Puerto Rico, 4 of them now. In Maria, they only had, I'm talking about FEMA, 1 warehouse. They were much better stocked to help our people. The way FEMA works is they step in if our local agencies, municipalities are not able to supply the needs of our people and coordinate NGOs who are always assisting. They didn't have to use much, if at all, of those supplies because we were taking care of our people. The area where I have to admit that there's still a lot of room for improvement is power in Puerto Rico, because actually when a hurricane happens, there's a blackout. That's to be expected anywhere. There was a huge blackout in Florida just recently. But the question is, how soon can you restore power, which is an essential service? In Puerto Rico, basically, it took LUMA and PREPA about 2 weeks to restore 50% of the power. 1 week, roughly, a little bit more of the 1 week to restore 50% of our power generation. 2 weeks, 75%. 3 weeks, about 95%. 100% by about a month. So that to me is too long. And the reason is we have an integrated system which causes that when there's any major disruption, the system shuts down to protect itself. We don't have what's called in the energy field black start units, which means that our plants cannot restart unless they have battery systems allowing them to do so without being connected to the grid. It sounds nonsensical. You need, the plants that are the ones generating power need power. And a lot of our old plants don't have those systems. That's part of the work that we will be doing in the near future. So we need to improve our energy system so we don't have this power disruption for so long after a major disaster.
And on that subject,
and we will always be exposed to major disasters.
And on that subject, we have a minute 15. I don't want to get gavelled down. What is the plan in regards to microgrids and distributed energy that you are putting together to meet your renewable energy goal of 100% by 2025? How is that looking?
Okay, lots of things are ongoing. I mentioned quickly that we are devoting $1.3 billion of CDBG DR funding for microgrids, distributed energy initiatives in remote communities in Puerto Rico and in critical public facilities. The first one that we will be installing takes care of Centro Médico, our major medical center. There will be a grid for that because it is a critical facility, but an RFP process will be outstanding in early 2020, in January actually of 2023. So it's about to happen. We are also devoting $500 million of CDBG MIT funding for incentivizing low-income households to have solar panels and batteries at home. We expect to reach roughly 25,000 households doing that, basically assuming the cost of those solar systems for them, among other initiatives that we're doing.
Okay, thank you, Governor.
Mr. Lumber, you're recognized for 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In a moment, I'm going to yield the remainder of my time to the excellent resident commissioner to Congress from Puerto Rico, Ms. Jennifer Gonzalez Colon. Her dedication to the island is legendary. First, I have a few brief comments. Governor Pierluisi, I enjoyed serving with you when you were a resident commissioner to Congress, and I also enjoyed meeting with you in your office recently on a visit I made to the island. So it's good to see you again.
Thank you for visiting.
The federal government has made fixing the energy grids of Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands a top priority since Hurricanes Maria and Irma, yet the government-run utilities, PREPA and Virgin Islands WAPA, remain mired in debt and mismanagement. WAPA owes more than $150 million for building an LPG terminal, and PREPA owes $300 million for work performed to restore power immediately after the hurricanes. And despite actions by this committee, PREPA is still in bankruptcy. It is time for the islands to pay their debts. And with that, I would yield the balance of my time to the gentlelady from Puerto Rico.
Thank you, and thank you, my dear friend, for yielding the time and visiting the island and being always available for the issues regarding Puerto Rico. Good morning, Governor.
morning.
I understand that the biggest challenge Puerto Rico is facing is the unstable condition of the grid and the generation plants, and we all know that back home. Congress has provided Puerto Rico, and FEMA has allocated funds for this purpose. And in addition, Puerto Rico has also received CDBGDR funds for the grid enhancement. And I'm concerned that a lot of this funding is being obligated but not dispersed. Can you explain what you're doing just to get that money out of the federal agencies?
I'll try to be brief, but give.
Thank you, because I got another question.
Okay, then I'll be brief. For about 3 years, the spending that happened in Puerto Rico was emergency spending by FEMA. For 3 years, even the HUD hadn't even authorized us to use much of the CDBG-DR funding that you referred to. In late 2020 was when basically FEMA allowed us to access the $9.5 billion that we have for the electric grid and our generation system. And in May of 2021 was when FEMA changed its bureaucratic procedures to expedite the access to this funding. Since then, FEMA has been working closely with us. It has streamlined its environmental historic preservation review, and now the projects are moving forward. And I mentioned the number. It's roughly, we now have 40 projects under construction. In addition, FEMA has allowed us to, has given us access, or in advance, has allowed us to get 50% of the cost of the projects in advance, so that recipients that didn't have the cash flow to start the projects can have an advance of 25% of the cost of the project, and as soon as they spend that in accordance with requirements, then 25% more. That's a game changer. So that's new. And in the case of CDBG-DR, by the beginning of 2021, only $100 million had been spent of CDBG-DR funding. Now we're up to $1.3 billion. And the Secretary of Housing will explain to you, to the members of this committee, all the initiatives that are ongoing and the traction that we're getting. The momentum is there. I envision a very busy 2023 with thousands of construction projects on the way.
Governor, but you said as well that you're requesting that in Congress we amend the Stafford Act to authorize FEMA to consolidate Hurricanes Irma, Maria, and Hurricane Fiona disasters into a single award for the administration of federal assistance. So that brings me the issue of, why we need such amendment. Is this amendment going to be lessen the administrative burdens that you are already talking that FEMA is working
Yes.
with you hand by hand?
That's another measure to streamline bureaucratic requirements. Managing two disasters at the same time, Maria and Irma, along with Fiona, which caused damage in some of the projects that we were working on for Maria-related damages, it is nightmarish. It just makes the life of the FEMA personnel and our Core 3 personnel, our counterpart in Puerto Rico, much harder. So that's why we're requesting a consolidation, which has been done elsewhere in the States.
I yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman yields. Let me now ask, going down the dais, Mr. Soto, do you have any questions? You're recognized, sir.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Governor, welcome back to the Natural Resource Committee, and thanks for always being so accessible. We know Puerto Rico has faced many challenges, Hurricane Maria, which we both saw together, Hurricane Fiona, which thank you for hosting us down there, and appreciate your strong response to Hurricane Fiona. We saw flooding, particularly in the south, and so we take your comments very seriously about the need to adjust the FEMA funding to recognize that Hurricane Fiona has exacerbated some of these problems, but thank God and for the strong response that we are seeing the island quickly recover from that. The disaster relief funding is there. That's the positive news, right? We just, and we're finally seeing it to start flowing. So I was really excited to hear that 70% of the FEMA disaster relief funds have been obligated, and how critical that's going to be. First question has to deal with LUMA and with power. We know you inherited a LUMA contract, and you're doing your best to manage Puerto Rico's energy distribution with them, and making sure that we can improve the grid. Why do you think the contract and the extension by LUMA is vital for keeping Puerto Rico on the path to a more resilient future? And what would be the consequences of canceling the LUMA contract if that were to happen?
Well, the first thing that I have to say is that there's an energy transformation law in Puerto Rico, which was approved on a bipartisan basis in 2018. It's Law 120, which is the one that says we cannot continue doing more of the same, relying on a state-owned monopoly. We need to do public-private partnerships for both transmission and distribution and generation, and actually split the two so that there's no monopoly in Puerto Rico. LUMA was awarded this contract after a very detailed and exhaustive P3 process. The Attorney General of Puerto Rico just issued a comprehensive opinion explaining every step that was taken before that contract happened. And actually, I knew that it was the proper procedure for procurement for the contract, and also knew that the contract had no invalid or legally invalid clauses and so on. I actually knew it. I understood it. But it is great that the head of the P3 authority requested this opinion from the Attorney General, and I welcome all of you to read that opinion because it explains the process, it explains the contract in plain vanilla, and it validates it the same way that a federal judge, Judge Taylor Swain, in the PREPA bankruptcy process has so far validated it as well. A lot is said out there, but I have to say that first. Secondly, canceling that contract to me, is a nightmare. We have 1.5 million people in our electric system, being served by electric system. Changing LUMA from one day to the next, even transitioning LUMA out for a year or a year and a half, would disrupt the service that we're getting and would delay the transformation that you're following up on and the reconstruction that you're following up on. Because our law would require that I start a new P3 process to substitute LUMA. So that's, to me, out of the question.
Thank
now,
you, Governor.
LUMA, come December 1st, would have two options, roughly, as I see it. Continue rendering its services under the 15-year contract that was entered into. That's one option, waiving some conditions that are set in that contract. Or continuing to render its services under a supplemental agreement that was entered into because of the bankruptcy process until the bankruptcy process ends. It's as simple as that. And that will be announced, either course at some point before December 1st. But again, nobody should expect that I will allow, if I can help it, for a major disruption of our system. Just because some people didn't like the P3 process that happened before I assumed office and don't like the contract that was entered into, and that it is the law in Puerto Rico.
Well, thank you, Governor. We know that you'll continue to press to hold them accountable and make sure we can continue to get Puerto Rico's electrical grid back to reliability with a boost in renewable energy. And I yield back.
Sir, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And look, I'm fully aware that the purpose of this hearing is to deal with the post-disaster reconstruction and the power grid development. But the reality is every time we have a hearing here on Puerto Rico, it's one of two things, and this is happening here again today. It is coming here with hands out asking for more money and or asking for statehood. That's what we ever deal with in here. And it's no secret, I oppose statehood for Puerto Rico, and I'm certainly not alone in that position. It's also no secret that many people in Puerto Rico want statehood. But there are many compelling facts and arguments that need to be considered, and the bill that this committee forced through, H.R. 1522, had intrinsic flaws in it. The bill did not allow, for example, Puerto Rico to remain a territory. Well, it's critical that pieces of legislation allow for all possible options, and that's a pretty significant one that was absolutely left out. The bill did not, it had questionable rules that would have forced the people of Puerto Rico to put laws into their constitution that they had not agreed to. The bill also did absolutely nothing to solve the debt crisis that they've been facing, and they, had they voted to be independent, would have made things even worse for the new country financially. And what disturbs me probably more than anything is that this committee rammed that piece of legislation through the process through a markup hearing without even having hearings on the legislation itself. That is unacceptable. When you're dealing with something like statehood, that should be well thought out. It is a meticulous process. It is not something to be rammed through, nor is it something to be dealt with without any serious thought and just a markup hearing. Just say, okay, well, let's vote on this. Let's move with it. It's absolutely not the way to deal with it. But that's the common way that this committee has dealt with this issue in Puerto Rico. And quite frankly, the Puerto Rican Commonwealth has been suffering for quite some time with issues that have majorly impacted the residents thereof in negative ways and have halted their future progress. I was here in 2016 when PROMESA was passed, and the Puerto Rico Oversight, Management, Economic Stability Act. I was here. Some others were here at that time as well. And here we are, 6 years later, Puerto Rico still does not have a balanced budget. Now, listen, there has been progress made, and I'm not going to imply otherwise. I know there's been some progress made, but we are not even close to having a serious discussion about statehood. There are so many issues, and here we've been playing games with the issue, just trying to make it happen without any even serious hearings. The government must take responsibility and fix the major issues that are facing Puerto Rico before we even begin any serious discussion here about statehood. And this committee right here should be holding more hearings about the statehood, the status of PROMESA. I don't even remember, Chairman, last time we had a hearing to deal with PROMESA. That should be a priority if we're going to continue. In order for us to move forward on any issue regarding Puerto Rico, we need to see more growth from the government. The terms of PROMESA need to be met. Puerto Rico, the bonds need to be rated by major credit rating agencies. I believe this committee has done Puerto Rico a great disservice by passing legislation right here without even holding additional hearings on PROMESA itself. And therefore, Chairman, I call on this committee to be responsible in that regard. And let's have hearings on the status of PROMESA. Let's quit playing games with this and move forward with it. And with that, sir, I'll yield back.
Yields, and before I recognize the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Velasquez.
Mr. Chairman, that was not a question, obviously, but.
No, and the time is up. Let me do my
Okay,
part. Okay,
because
thank you,
at
Governor.
some point, I would like to just make a brief reply, if you may.
Well, when somebody asks you a question, you can use that time.
Okay,
and
no, well, I will be respectful to whoever asks me a question, but that's fine.
Not on
I
my
understand.
time. Not on my time.
Let me enjoy the prerogative of the chair for a little longer, please, sir, Mr. Governor. Let me just, short comment. the citizens, American citizens of Puerto Rico did not come to us after these disasters with their hands out. They came the same way that the people that suffered disasters in Florida and in Texas came to us for relief. And this reconstruction is tied to that relief. This is not, this is not a situation of charity. This is a situation of mutual support for American citizens across the board, regardless. And with that, let me recognize gentlelady from New York, Ms. Velasquez.
Thank you,
5
Mr.
minutes.
Chairman and Ranking Member, for holding this meeting. Governor, welcome.
Thank you.
And we are talking about disaster relief and the hurricanes. Because of Fiona, because of Maria, Irma, and Fiona, you have federal monies available to pay for capital costs for the reconstruction of the electrical grid. What are you doing to ensure that the federal money will be used to help the people of Puerto Rico as quickly as possible and not allow in any way a windfall for bondholders' recoveries that will ultimately benefit vulture funds?
Okay, your question has two components. In terms of what we're doing to expedite this, the moment I came into office and the Biden administration came into office, we started removing bureaucratic obstacles there were in both FEMA and HUD. Marsha Fudge and Dion Criswell, I tell you. And this is a new day. And FEMA is allowing us to get 50% advances for the project, so that's going to help. Another thing we're doing is...
Let's go to the not using the money, it will not
for
allow in any
bondholders.
way.
Well, the only, and this will allow me to talk about Promesa. Actually, we have already restructured the public debt of the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico. We have already restructured most of the public debt that was outstanding successfully. 80% reduction, debt reduction for the government of Puerto Rico. PREPA is still pending. And the Oversight Board, along with the government of Puerto Rico, we're doing the best to reach a consensual agreement. The board needs to submit a plan of adjustment, proposed plan of adjustment on December 1st to the federal court.
Okay, so
And so-
allow me, Governor, I have a question about
Okay.
PREPA. So I want to
But
frame
take my word that I am not going to support any restructuring that is not sustainable, that is not affordable. That's the track record I have so far. So I wouldn't worry about
you're telling
bondholders
me-
getting a windfall.
You're telling me that that you're going to fully litigate all pending matters regarding PREPA before you agree to a settlement that will burden the people of Puerto Rico with unaffordable electricity and a detrimental deal that will further increase costs
It depends
and
on...
only benefit vulture funds.
My answer has to be, it'll depend on the nature and extent of the settlement. Because actually there were outstanding claims before we got the 80% reduction in the Commonwealth's debt that were settled. So I cannot rule out that there will be settlement negotiations along the road, but I take my word that I'm not gonna allow PREPA to end up with a debt burden that is gonna end up causing extraordinary increases, unacceptable increases in the cost of electricity in Puerto Rico. It's got to be affordable. It's got to be
So what you're
sustainable.
telling me is that you will not support a deal that will bind the people of Puerto Rico with a bad deal for
Exactly.
the next 30, 40, 50 years.
Yes,
Okay. Because Puerto Ricans cannot afford it.
agree.
So, Governor, are you going to move forward with a 15-year contract regarding LUMA that does not include financial penalties for poor performance or strong and independent oversight?
Actually, the 15-year contract provides for either penalties or bonus payments depending on LUMA's performance. The Energy Bureau will be publishing the metrics that will apply to LUMA's performance once the 15-year contract is in place. And actually, when that 15-year contract is in place, the fee that LUMA gets is considerably less than what we're paying LUMA right now, the way this works. Now, December 1st. On December 1st, as I said before, I see two acceptable options. Either LUMA starts rendering services under the 15-year contract with the new payment methodology set forth in the same, or LUMA agrees to continue rendering services under the supplemental agreement until the bankruptcy process ends. Those are the two options that I would accept. I don't want to even think about the third option, which would be to cancel the LUMA contract and get LUMA on a transition out of Puerto Rico.
Okay, and what is your government
The
commitment?
time is, if I may, the time is over.
Okay.
And we can circle around
I
again.
yield back.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Ms. Radwagon, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, for holding this important hearing. I simply would like to yield all of my time to Congresswoman Gonzalez. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The chair recognizes Representative Gonzalez Colon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Congresswoman Amata Radwagon for yielding the time. It's sorry that Mr. Hayes just left. I think it's necessary to make clear some issues here. First, he is entitled to his opinion regarding the status of the island, but he does not live in Puerto Rico. No, he does not represent the island as well. Nobody from the island voted for him to make those such questions. The only ones elected to do that job is the governor of Puerto Rico, who is sitting right there, and me. He's a Democrat, I'm a Republican, and both of us are respecting the will of the people of Puerto Rico that voted, not once, not twice, many times, rejecting the current territorial status. So what we are supporting here is what the people of the island voted for, and that's statehood. And that's democracy, right? So again, everybody can have, their own opinion, but coming here to this committee and saying many things about the island, and the main issue for our problems, financial problems, is the status. And that's the root of the problem. We couldn't be needing promesa or any economic other situation if we are not treated as equal American citizens under the law. And it's right. The U.S. Congress can do whatever they want with territories. They can do whatever they want with the issue of Puerto Rico. And yet, we're still facing a lot of the needs, like states of Louisiana, New Jersey, Florida, Texas, that were hit by hurricanes as well. So why treating Puerto Rico differently than the way you treat other states when they are in times of need? So I'm sorry that I'm bringing that issue, but I cannot be silent when somebody is entitled to their opinion but not respecting the will of the people of Puerto Rico. Having said that, I think it's important that one of the issues, Governor, that we're discussing here is that there are many hurdles for the island to manage federal funding because we are a territory. And you were saying a few minutes ago that you were asking regarding to the barges in FEMA, you were requesting power barges and high-capacity portable generators. How long those generators are going to be on the island?
Yes, the FEMA regional coordinator for the Fiona disaster anticipates that the barges could be contracted for within a month or 2 or 3 months, that time frame.
For having them, but how long?
For having them, because obviously FEMA would have to lease those.
Of course, and how long they're going to be there once they are on the island?
They would remain in Puerto Rico for at most a year, it could be a bit more, because the purpose of having this additional generation is to give stability to the system while we continue with the transformation, while we continue rebuilding the grid, improving the plants, and repairing the plants in due course, giving them the required maintenance, right? That's why we need additional generation. Now, let me say something, Resident Commissioner.
Question, just to finish that question.
Okay.
How much does the installment of these barges will reduce blackouts and brownouts?
It should help incredibly, because we're talking about 600 to 700 megawatts of additional generation capacity. That's what's going to happen by getting the barges as well as portable generators. At the Corps of Engineers has portable generators, but they can also lease or contract for additional portable generators. FEMA estimates that they will need 7 of those portable generators. Altogether, 3 barges, 7 generators, we should be having like 600 to 700 megawatt additional capacity. That's a game changer. That's gonna allow us to then repair, continue repairing, continue improving the existing generation plants, as well as improving the grid. Because it is, we need to keep in mind that what we need is stable power while we transform our energy system.
Thank you. And just to clear the record, this committee did not pass HR 1522. We passed 8393. That was a consensus bill that got many hearings throughout the years. So with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back, and the chair associates himself with the resident commissioner's remarks. The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Chair, and buenos dias. Thank you, Governor, for coming and joining us here. You know, I'm heartbroken about the difficulties that you are experiencing in Puerto Rico and what the people have endured with the disasters and the pain of the aftermath. And, you know, I think a real point that you've made in your testimony and that I've suffered and you know, my communities in New Mexico is we can appropriate the funds, the president can sign bills into law, but when the funds don't actually make it to help reduce and resolve the problems on the ground, then we have not finished our job. And we need to keep raising these issues and exploring that. So would you share a bit more about what have been the barriers to actually getting the funds that have already been obligated dispersed on the ground?
Well, both Manuel Lavoy and William Rodriguez will be able to expand because they're in charge of actually the CDBG, DR, and MID funds in Puerto Rico and the FEMA funds. But let me just give you the long story short. FEMA, it took FEMA up to 2020 and Maria happened in 2017 to actually give us access to the funds, most of the funds. And also, for a couple of years, FEMA was the one handling the disbursements. It wasn't Puerto Rico. Finally, like in 2019, if I'm correct, if not, I'll be corrected later, FEMA allowed Puerto Rico to handle the disbursement, but then it told Puerto Rico, we need to audit you before you actually can disburse. So it was like a pre-disbursement audit. Made no sense. When Deanne Criswell came into her office, it took her just a couple months till about May of 2021 to remove that altogether, allow us to handle the procurement, the disbursements process, comply with compliance requirements, and that changed the landscape for us. This is since about a year, a bit more than a year ago. That's why you see from then on a significant increase in disbursements. In the case of CDBG, DR, something similar happened. There was a grant agreement imposing quite a lot of restrictions on us. And when Secretary Fudge assumed office, it took her a couple months till April of 2021 to remove that grant agreement, or at least the strict requirements in it.
So-
Since then, you see an uptick that is undeniable in our use of CDBG-DR funds. So
So
that's
what you've just described to me, Governor, is really basically part of the issues, I think, with FEMA, and we need to look at it as a Congress, or there are statutory constraints, and we are going to be dealing with many more disasters, and we're going to need to, as a Congress, address the limitations of FEMA to deal with these disasters and the pain and the loss, because what, the Stafford Act right now cannot do what the communities need. That's very clear, but that administratively, big changes can be made in terms of removing the bureaucracy and having things move quicker. So I think that those two are, it's not necessarily the jurisdiction of this committee, but that we need to look at. Another area, and so, I'd love and I would ask that you supplement your answer with those who are behind you with expertise, and then also writing as a supplemental answer, from your experience, because you are dealing with it on the ground, we are dealing with it on the ground with the opposite. You are dealing with water, we are dealing with fire. FEMA does not know how to deal with fire. It is used to dealing with water, but what we're suffering in the Southwest is going to be fires, right? And we need FEMA to be able to do that. But what I'd love for you to ask in submission, tell us from the ground, this is what we think the Stafford Act should be modified from our experience on the ground. And so I would appreciate if you would do that.
Count on it.
I'm also run out of time, but I also am very concerned about the inequities that we are going to see if we don't modify when we deal with the Farm Bill with regards to the nutrition programs and those kinds of things. I do sit on some relevant committees and would also think that that is going to be important to address, because that's a problem. I'll give you...
We would like to be included in the SNAP program, and we're requesting that. It's only fair that we get the same nutrition assistance as our fellow American citizens in the States.
Yeah, every citizen should be treated the same.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the resident commissioner, Jennifer Gonzalez-Colon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for recognizing us. Governor, we were talking about the situations between FEMA, PREPA, and many people of the island that are following this hearing are always complaining that every week we do have a lot of blackouts. And I experienced those myself, so I want to know how the fiscal restructuring draft plan for PREPA was rejected early this year, and currently is being reworked. And the Financial Oversight Management Board has recently indicated that the increased number of customers who intend to go off the grid is going to impact the cash flow of PREPA, and the cash that they have available to pay any settlement. And the public opinion is strongly against the idea of seeing their future utility bills include not only paying for actual service, but a charge to pay the settlement regardless of what they consume. My question will be, in your view, how does this pending completion of the fiscal restructuring plan affect the recovery process of the island in the long term, and if that will prevent PREPA from investing in their infrastructure?
Having a plan of adjustment confirmed by the federal court is absolutely essential, because it would stabilize the PREPA's finances and it would make it a better counterparty to any entity that deals with PREPA. You mentioned the loss of revenue for PREPA if we turn to renewable energy sources like we are committed to because of our public energy policy law. I am not concerned about that, and let me explain why. On the one hand, people who have solar power will reduce the cost of energy for themselves, and they'll be paying less to PREPA through the metering system we have, no question about it. On the other hand, though, people using electric vehicles will be consuming more power from PREPA because instead of spending in fuel, they'll be spending in just electricity. By the way, the Department of the Federal Highway Authority just approved a plan for stationing electric vehicle chargers on all the major highways in Puerto Rico. In addition, the way that this is envisioned is that we will be shutting off traditional generation plants as renewable energy comes into the system. And we have 18 projects right now already approved by the Energy Bureau and the government of Puerto Rico to add roughly 850 megawatts of capacity to our system from solar power with 200 battery storage, 200 megawatt battery storage. We also have, we'll be having another 1,000 megawatts in additional renewable energy projects. This is going to be an RFP that is coming out. And what's going to happen once we keep adding renewable energy production in Puerto Rico, generation in Puerto Rico, we'll be shutting off the plants of PREPA, and that's going to generate savings for PREPA. So this cannot be viewed as losing revenue from customers and then having be in a precarious financial condition. You will not if you generate the savings related to this transformation that is ongoing. There shouldn't be any financial issue for PREPA. And the debt needs to be the lower the better.
Thank you.
And that's what I'll be keeping an eye on in terms of the plan of adjustment.
Thank you. A year and a half ago, Luma took control of the transmission and distribution system on the island. What you're doing to ensure Luma improve its service and the performance metric?
There's oversight on Luma from so many quarters. I personally do oversight. My chief of staff does oversight. I have an assistant chief of staff full-time on energy affairs doing it as well. Then we have the P3 authority, which is the administrator of the contract, doing oversight as required by the contract. We have the legislature doing oversight. We have mayors doing oversight. If anything, there's oversight all over the place. Now,
Thank you.
And what we're doing is ensuring that Luma improves its service and reduces the duration of the disruptions that we're still facing.
Yield back.
Thank you. Mr. San Nicolas, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Are you receiving me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you know, the people of Guam have always stood in solidarity with the people of Puerto Rico. Governor Pierluisi, you mentioned several segments back a desire for additional time to remark on some comments made that were directed particularly toward statehood in Puerto Rico, as well as the financial condition of Puerto Rico. I'd like to afford you 3 minutes of my time, and if Ms. Velasquez is still present, I'd afford the final minute to her, and if not, I'll yield the full balance of my time to Governor Pierluisi.
I thank you so much for your courtesy. I'll be brief. Part of the comments I heard deal with the procedures that were followed in this committee while I wasn't a member of the committee, so I'm not in a position to comment on that. Our resident commissioner already commented on that, and I know others could as well. But I have to reply to a couple of statements that were made. The first thing that I'll say is that most, if not all, territories that have become states were underperforming the states financially and economically. And one of the reasons why they aspired to become states was to do better, for starters. Secondly, all of them didn't have the vote for the president and the vice president, didn't have voting representation in Congress. So they were aspiring to become states because they wanted to have full democracy. To think that you can put that aside just because you're facing a public debt issue or facing a recession in Puerto Rico misses the point altogether. The second thing that I'll say is that there has been a lot of progress in terms of the public finances of Puerto Rico. 2 budgets, including this one, are clearly balanced, as certified by the oversight board we have, including the payment of debt. The debt of the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico has already been restructured, as well as the principal government entities in Puerto Rico. We just had 2 fiscal years with economic growth. 2021, 1% growth coming after a 3% reduction in our GNP. 2022-23, 4% growth. And this one is on the same track. Tourism is booming. Manufacturing is increasing consistently. We have the lowest unemployment rate in our history. Labor participation has increased by 5%. We have right now more people employed in Puerto Rico than ever since 2009, when Puerto Rico had 500,000 more people living in Puerto Rico. The statistics are there. If anything, what we're proving is the successful management of the government of Puerto Rico and its economy. And this is not only the credit of my administration. The people of Puerto Rico and our economic sectors deserve the credit as well. Having said that, we do not get the same deal in key federal programs like Medicaid, Medicare, SSI, and SNAP. No question that would help us economically, financially, which would be something else that Congress could do to assist the American citizens of Puerto Rico. And we're not coming here to ask for special treatment. We're coming here to be treated the same as our fellow American citizens. We were treated the same in terms of the COVID response, the pandemic response. And what ended up happening is that Puerto Rico was on the top in terms of vaccination. We proved that when you treat us equally, we can do as well or better than anybody in the States. And so that's why you always see us saying, remember that we're American citizens, proud American citizens, and that we simply want full democracy and a fair deal. For the first time, Mr. Chairman, there's still time running on my clock.
With that, Mr. Chairman, if no further comment, unless Mr. Soto would like the remaining time.
I thank the gentleman from Guam. Governor, it's great to see you speak so passionately about something that we all feel very strongly about. We had 2 historic 4 5-hour hearings on the status of Puerto Rico, followed by a historic compromise on allowing for statehood, both of our preferences, along with options for independence to decolonize Puerto Rico. And we are working to the last minute to ensure we could get a floor vote on that very legislation. So I thank you for your leadership and for the leadership of the resident commissioner, Jennifer Gonzalez-Colon, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields, and Mr. Obernolte, you're recognized, sir.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor, I've been enjoying your testimony. I'd like to continue a line of questioning that Mr. Gallego started concerning your request for the allocation of $5 billion in directed CDBG-DR funding for residential solar. Can you talk a little bit about how that money would be used to enhance Puerto Rico's energy resiliency?
Yes, first of all, this was the chairman's request along with several members of Congress, and I support it. As I told you, when I add up what we're doing in terms of promoting solar energy systems in Puerto Rico, incentivizing distributed energy and microgrid, when you add it all up, I am using, because it is my call, roughly $2.2 billion of CDBG-DR and CDBG-MIT funding for that purpose, which is CDBG-DR funding is being used to install solar panels on all homes rebuilt in Puerto Rico, newly constructed because of damage suffered by Maria, caused by Maria. I am using, actually I left this out, ARPA funding. I used ARPA funding to provide incentives, assistance to small and medium businesses in Puerto Rico so that they can install solar panels and battery systems in their facilities. We're using $1.3 billion of CDBG DR funding for microgrids, distributed energy systems, and in remote areas in Puerto Rico and
Okay,
critical public facilities.
If we could, let's tunnel down on that, because this is where my concern lies. So the CDBG DR action plan for Puerto Rico energy systems,
Yes.
the plan is to create 159 microgrids within the island to increase the resiliency of the energy infrastructure. But residential solar, to increase resiliency, would have to have a much finer array of microgrids, because 159, I mean, obviously, those are still large areas. So
Okay.
I'm asking about how this is going to increase resiliency, because I'm concerned that just putting solar panels on a residence, you know, if you're still depending on that connection to the utility, to PREPA, it's not going to increase resiliency. So I'm wondering what the plan is.
Well, okay, let me just say this. LUMA has provided for the interconnection of 33,000 new solar systems in Puerto Rico. And they're interconnected. And there's technology these days that actually, depending on who's the installer of the system and who owns the system, you can have like virtual power being generated in Puerto Rico and added to the system in a systematic way. Put that aside. That's
Sure,
LUMA.
that's good, but it does not increase resiliency.
I believe it increased resiliency in the sense that you're making these households more self-sufficient.
Okay,
If they have battery systems, they can go through a natural disaster without losing power if they handle their systems adequately. But let me say more. I am devoting, it's my call, $500 million of CDBG MID funding to provide basically solar systems with batteries to roughly 25,000 low-income households. Why am I supporting the $5 billion proposal of Chairman Grijalva and others in Congress for more solar systems? Because do a quick math. If we're reaching 25,000 households with $500 million worth of CDBG MID funding, if we get earmarked funding at the tune of $5 billion, you extrapolate it, it's 10 times more. So then you're talking about 250,000 households.
Yeah, okay, let me reclaim my time just before,
Okay,
we're
I'm
about to
sorry.
run out of time here. Let me just ask you, please make sure that when you create the action plan for that funding, if you get it, that you create enough microgrids to make it so that it also increases resiliency, because that's the purpose of DR funding, right? It's supposed to increase resiliency. There are other pools of money for residential solar.
Your point is well taken, and I know part of what LUMA is doing is making sure that all these systems can be interdependent. They can, instead of relying on the grid, they can be on their own. One thing we're doing with industrial scale renewable energy.
I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Appreciate it, sir. To be clear on the proposal, for solar and batteries, it's the issue of batteries where the resiliency comes from, primarily, and that's an essential part of the proposal. Let me now turn to Mr. Tonko. Sir, you have 5 minutes, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Ranking Member, for holding this hearing. And Mr. Governor, thank you for joining us today. It was an honor to serve with you, and it's great to see you. It is so important that everyone has access to clean, affordable, and reliable electricity to power our homes, our businesses, emergency medical centers, water treatment plants, and so many other critical facilities. But natural disasters continue to severely damage Puerto Rico's centralized electric grid, causing extended outages for the entire island. So, Mr. Governor, what are some of the economic impacts of an extended island-wide outage for people and businesses in Puerto Rico?
Well, there's no question that when you have a power outage, it has an impact on businesses in Puerto Rico. As I said before, it took about 2 weeks to restore 75% of our power after Fiona. So for 2 weeks, I am sure that a lot of businesses were not operating. We saw in the month of September a downward movement in our GNP, and that's not surprising in our economic index activity report or activity indexes. And that's not surprising. But the way these federal emergency management programs work is that they provide individual assistance. So by the month of October, already FEMA had disbursed over $600 million, which to individuals, SBA was assisting businesses. And so the economy, I have no question, I have no doubt that in the month of October, it's recovering, and then we will continue our course. So the combination of a quicker response or recovery from the blackout and the FEMA's assistance will ensure that this is not going to be like Maria. Maria, it took Puerto Rico back then, it took the PREPA back then, and it took FEMA back then 11 months to restore 100% of the power of the island. This is night and day. And one thing, Mr. Tonko, that I didn't mention, I wanted to mention it because it is important. We do have industrial scale renewable energy projects ongoing as we speak, but what we're considering doing is when you have a solar farm, let's make a grid in that area. Let's have that solar farm provide the power for the households and businesses in that area. And right now, I mentioned there are 18 of those projects ongoing, and it'll continue increasing. There are many things we can be doing. And by the way, the amount of private investment in those 18 projects that I'm talking about is about $1 billion. So it's not a small amount. So there are lots of things ongoing at the moment. Some of it is using FEMA funding, using CDBG, DR, and MIT funding, but some of it is actually incentivizing the private sector to come in and add renewable energy to Puerto Rico with the goal of producing 40% of our energy from renewable sources by 2025, the immediate goal. By the way this is working, I am confident that we could reach that goal by 2025 because there are a lot of projects in the pipeline, and if this $5 billion earmark happens, you have to add it all. You need to add solar power generation at households, businesses. You need to add, and my people will give you the statistics later on, and we need to add what this industrial scale renewable projects will be generating, and add it all, and hopefully reach the renewable energy portfolio standard that we have set in our law.
Okay, thank you, Governor. And I'm thrilled that the Department of Energy recently awarded funding to General Electric in my district to develop and demonstrate a new microgrid technology in Puerto Rico. It would automate the process of leveraging power from one microgrid to restore power to a nearby microgrid, perhaps one serving a hospital or a critically underserved community. This project will be researched and worked on in my district in New York's capital region, creating local jobs and innovation, and demonstrated in Puerto Rico. It shows that modernizing Puerto Rico's grid is essential for ensuring the health and safety of our fellow Americans on the island. It also has mutual benefits for communities all over the U.S. So I look forward to seeing this and similar projects advance to help bring about a clean and just future for all of Puerto Rico.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Let me, Mr. Conway? Mr. Benz, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Governor, I wouldn't want your job. Just saying. So under your debt restructuring, the debt was written down in January from $34 billion to $7.4 billion, a portion of it. And then the Office of Management Budget created a plan that Puerto Rico is supposed to be following. I'm familiar with these plans. I'm a lawyer. I've helped structure debt repayment programs for many, many different clients. And consistent performance under the plan is essential if the plan's going to work.
You're referring to the plan of adjustment?
I'm sorry?
Are you referring to the plan of adjustment that was confirmed by the federal court?
Yes.
Okay.
And is reducing the value of all COFINA bonds by $6 billion and the debt service payments by 32%. In January, a federal judge confirmed a plan of adjustment for general obligation bonds, reducing the central government's debt from $34 billion to $7.4 billion. That's what I'm referring to.
Okay.
And so, and then as a condition of such reduction, there was a plan, a certified fiscal plan for the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico. What I'm concerned about is the report that was issued in the FOMB's 2022 annual report, where the board noted that the Puerto Rican government has struggled, quote, struggled with the implementing reforms and reporting on this implementation in a timely manner, causing progress to be inconsistent and incomplete, with many reforms either delayed or not occurring. And it goes on to talk about we could talk about the implications this has when it comes to trying to obtain money from FEMA, which the structure you referred to a couple of times where the money is actually given out first and then reporting follows. And I also have here a report, FEMA did not effectively manage disaster case management program funds in Hurricane Maria recovery services. What they found fault, the Office of Inspector General found fault with how FEMA operated. I've had occasion to work with FEMA because the state of Oregon, which I'm from, suffered dramatic fire loss several years ago. The way that we finally made it work with FEMA, and I say finally, that's not the right word, they worked rapidly to help. But we had systems in place in the state of Oregon, local systems, county systems, all kinds of systems that are set up to appropriately respond. And as I read this report, that does not appear to be the case in Puerto Rico. And I say that without knowing. I'm just drawing some conclusions from these reports. But what I really would like you to address is the FOMB's 2022 annual report, where it says that the Puerto Rican government has struggled with implementing reforms and reporting on this implementation in a timely manner, causing progress to be inconsistent and incomplete. Why does that report say that? And can you explain why? I don't want an excuse. I want you to call out the cause of the delay.
Well, actually, the first thing that I'll say is that some of those reforms that the fiscal plan provides for require legislation. And, but the oversight board doesn't have the power under PROMESA to impose legislation. So the fiscal plan, to the extent it requires legislation, it depends on the will of the legislature for that to happen or not. So that's the first question I'll say. Some of the reforms call for administrative action. There has been undeniable progress in complying with board requirements. The transparency that you see in Puerto Rico, you have never seen before. 3 financial statements, audited financial statements, have been published since the beginning of my tenure, and we will be up to date by May of next year. All our financial statements, audited financial statements, will be published. That's an incredible progress for Puerto Rico. The board complained about legislation that recently was approved in Puerto Rico, providing a specific vacation leave for private sector employees, as well as some other rights to our labor force, which actually we had before there was a reform several years ago. The board complained, went to court. That case is pending. I suspect some of the board's complaints relate to that particular legislation. But in terms of my administration's dealings with the board, we have an effective relationship. We don't agree always, and there are disagreements, but there has been an improvement.
Thank you, Governor. I yield.
I'll recognize gentleman from Chicago, Mr. Garcia. You recognize, sir. Let me add, before the representative uses his time, we have votes are going to be called. There's also an announcement that my side of the aisle will be at, and that involves the speaker. And so at some point, soon, maybe in 20 minutes or half an hour, I'm going to call a recess so that we can attend to those two things, the speaker's announcement and the votes that have been called on the floor. It's, this hearing isn't going fast, nor should it. So we'll be back and we'll continue with, at that point, with whatever is left. But right now, Mr. Garcia, sir, you're recognized.
Torres.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this critically important hearing to address the political, economic, and structural neglect that Puerto Rico faces as it tries to rebuild. It's been 5 years since Hurricanes Irma and Maria devastated Puerto Rico, Culebra, and Vieques. And during the reconstruction that followed, many projects were poorly managed, funding has been insufficient, and even available funds have not been dispersed. Then this past September, of course, Puerto Rico experienced another devastating storm, Hurricane Fiona. So it's especially important for us to look frankly at the slow under-resourced reconstruction of the last 5 years. We've got to apply those lessons now. We've got to build a sustainable, resilient power grid that is responsive to consumer needs. And of course, we need to prioritize consultation with community members and civil society. With that in mind, I'd like to ask my first question to Governor Pierluisi. Buenos dias, Governor. Governor Pierluisi, good morning. In 2011, you created the Concilio de Reconstrucción by executive order. This Reconstruction Council was supposed to help the recommendation, consultation, and permits for rebuilding move in an efficient manner. According to its webpage, the council published 2 comprehensive reports in 2021. So let me first ask, what is the composition of the council, sir?
I cannot tell you from the top of my head, but I understand that what you have there is representation from the home builders, the Builders Association, the AGC, Associated General Contractors. You have the College of Engineers, College of Architects. You have mostly all the entities that deal with the construction industry in Puerto Rico, and they advise us regularly through that council. I also created a reconstruction government committee that is currently chaired by my chief of staff that meets regularly, could be weekly, bi-weekly, to follow up on all reconstruction projects. So it is a massive undertaking, but definitely there has been a change, significant change in the speed of the disbursements since the Biden administration came into office and my administration came into office. That is undeniable.
Well, thank you for that. Now, this council, of course, seems like a significant opportunity to involve local leaders and civil society groups in the rebuilding process. The community consultation is essential for developing solutions that actually help the communities that they are meant to serve. What efforts have been made to continue this work and/or to include municipalities or civil community groups or civil society participation?
Well, I know, and our Secretary of Housing could expand that we're using a considerable amount of CDBG-DR funding for planning purposes, and that NGOs are assisting us for planning purposes, and he could talk about that. In terms of municipalities, we're going out of our way to provide funding to municipalities. Actually, the proposal that we gave to FEMA to give us a 25% advance of the cost of reconstruction projects initially was intended to assist municipalities. 75% of the reconstruction projects in Puerto Rico with FEMA funding come from municipalities, but they were not happening, the permanent projects, because the municipalities didn't have the cash flow to start the projects. You have to understand that FEMA works based on reimbursements. And so the municipalities didn't have the cash flow to hire engineers, architects, to handle the design and the permitting of the projects, and they were not getting off the ground. We convinced FEMA to give them the 25% advance, and it has been a total success. Now FEMA has allowed us to expand that to agencies and NGOs, and that's making a difference. And again, both my Secretary of Housing and the head of the Core 3 agency in Puerto Rico could expand when they take their turn on the next panel.
Okay, thank you for that. We look forward to hearing from them. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you.
Sir, Ms. Chair Ledger Fernandez, if you're recognized, if you're prepared to ask questions. Okay. No, Mr. Torres, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing me the opportunity to ask questions, and thank you, Governor, for your public service.
Thank you.
Puerto Rico's electric grid is so fragile that every natural disaster seems to cause widespread power outages. And it seems to me the Achilles heel of Puerto Rico's electric grid is the lack of redundancy. And so what progress are you making toward rebuilding the grid with greater resiliency and with more distributed energy?
Well, first, let me say that we need an adequate reserve in terms of our generation capacity, which we don't have at the moment because of plants failing or in need of repair. That's why what FEMA is doing now, giving us assistance to increase our power generation for a specific period of time. It's like giving us breathing room while we keep rebuilding the system, improving the system, makes all the sense in the world. In terms of adding renewable energy projects, we're going at it expeditiously, actually. We already have about 1,000 megawatt additional generation capacity from renewable projects in the design and some in the construction stage with battery support, 200 megawatt in battery support. We also have an RFP process, which is about to be launched for an additional 1,000 megawatt generation capacity from renewable, from solar sources, along with 500 megawatts in battery storage. This is industrial scale projects, but we're also submitting or issuing an RFP process in January to use $1.3 billion that we destined for microgrids, distributed energy initiatives in remote communities, in critical facilities. And the first one that we'll have, actually, it's a microgrid that will handle our Centro Médico, our medical center in Atorrey, the only trauma center we have in Puerto Rico. So we'll continue doing that. But having FEMA's support, both on a short-term basis as well as this up to 50% advance of funding, is going to make the difference.
Now, I had heard, and maybe I have a misunderstanding, that there were issues with the advance payments, that the advance payments were based on fixed cost estimates, and that Puerto Rico would have to pay the gap between the fixed cost estimates and advance payments.
That's a different issue, which we're dealing with. Is one of my asks to this committee. Yes, we are using Section 428 of the Stafford Act. The way that section works is FEMA agrees with the recipient, with Puerto Rico, and subrecipient as to the estimate of the cost of the project and locks it in. And so you need to live with that estimate.
Even if those estimates have been rendered obsolete by inflation.
Exactly. That's why we're calling for Congress to authorize FEMA to adjust those fixed cost estimates due to the increase in the cost of construction materials and supply chain disruption.
So it's fair to say that neither FEMA's existing reimbursement program nor FEMA's advanced payment programs are sufficiently mindful of the unique fiscal needs in Puerto Rico.
We still need to improve them. It's the answer that I can give you. And one pending item is this flexibility that FEMA should have in adjusting fixed cost estimates that have been agreed to a couple of years ago. And a couple of years ago, or 2 years ago, when the inflation was not what we're facing right now, when didn't have the disruption in supply chains we've been facing since the pandemic. And that's why I have this ask for this committee.
And I want to quickly ask you, when I took a tour of Puerto Rico with you, I noticed that most of the housing I saw was informally constructed. And so I'm wondering, how do we avoid repairing these homes in the same fragile form? Does FEMA provide you with the flexibility you need to rebuild these homes with greater resilience?
Well, one thing FEMA is doing is actually funding a public affairs campaign, public education campaign, encouraging people to build up to code, to comply with our construction code and permitting system.
Is there enough funding to that effect, or?
We got a decent amount of funding to do that, but that's a public education issue. 50%, at least 50% of our households are not code compliant, which is to your point. And FEMA is trying to be flexible in providing assistance to the owners of those households.
Let me ask one general question, if I may, Governor, and thank you for being with us. Much appreciated. And
thank you.
The plan to expand, repair, remodel the schools over. One of the things I found striking in visiting Puerto Rico this year, as I did, there are many schools that have not been rebuilt or repaired since they were damaged back in Maria, 2017. Is there a lack of progress, or what do you see for that 500 schools?
There has been a lot of progress in fixing structural issues in our schools. We had some earthquakes, as you may recall, in early 2020. And one school totally collapsed because of the design of its structural columns, defective design. So we have fixed, using FEMA funding, up to, it's close to 600 schools already that had those structural issues. We have $2.2 billion of FEMA funding to either repair or rebuild schools or build new schools. And that is an ongoing project. The working capital advance is assisting us. The Department of Education just requested, if my recollection serves me right, a bit more than $40 million in the form of a working capital advance, which will help it launch, hire, again, engineers, architects, for the design and permitting of the schools we need to work on.
Okay,
so that's an ongoing project.
Let me ask you one other question, Governor, and a pathway, a timeline to where it's not just a particular interest of mine. It's something that I heard over and over in Puerto Rico about their schools and their safety and their availability. So, I think that would be of interest to the committee.
I can supplement my testimony by giving you a status report on the Department of Education infrastructure projects.
That's what I was getting at. Luma, renegotiations, looking at the contract. And one of the things that is noticeable, perhaps you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that the benchmarks that are set are that have to be attained by the private contractor. For additional money, that's the target. Those are the benchmarks. One of the things that's to me is glaring is that there's no consequences for not meeting certain benchmarks.
No, there are consequences.
In the contracts, does it exist?
Well, what's happening is this. The 15-year contract provides a payment methodology that includes either bonuses or penalties, depending on compliance with the metrics that the Energy Bureau will be setting. The current supplemental agreement does not, and the reason is because we have this bankruptcy process ongoing. Because of the uncertainty involved in having a bankruptcy process for PREPA, the parties agreed, meaning the P3 Authority, PREPA, and LUMA, agreed to enter into this supplemental agreement that simply provides LUMA a fixed fee for its services, and the Energy Bureau, along with the P3 Authority, monitor LUMA's performance and periodically report, the Energy Bureau does, how LUMA is doing in terms of the metrics. And the metrics that so far, the Energy
That's
Bureau
our confusion.
Okay.
That's our confusion, Governor, and I think we need to clarify that because, you know, the opportunity to make some corrections, although many people cry for the end of LUMA as the provider, and those voices are not only on the island, they're also here in Congress. It's providing that information where our reading of it, or at least the staff and my reading of it, the downside was that there was no consequence. And if we're wrong, if we're wrong, if you could provide it, because, you know, that then we won't keep repeating that.
LUMA is represented at this hearing, so you can ask them directly. I am sure that we can also supplement my testimony to give you the specifics in terms of the requirements on LUMA and the way that we're overseeing LUMA.
Thank you, Governor, and thank you for your testimony. And we're going to call a recess so that those of us that are interested in hearing from the speaker will do so, and then take the votes, and then come back and begin with the second panel. I apologize for the delay, but that was inevitable given the structure of the day and all the stuff that's before us. But Governor, again, thank you for your time. And
I thank the attendance of so many members of this committee. That also has to do with the time that it has taken. I appreciate that. There has been a lot of interest in this topic, and I really appreciate on behalf of the people of Puerto Rico.
And to your credit and my credit, we kind of kept on time. Appreciate it. Thank you. Let me reconvene the meeting and to the witnesses, extend my regrets, but despite the fact I missed the last two votes, there was votes, and there was an announcement by the speaker, and the members wanted to be part of that. So my regrets and apologies for the timing of that, but we're not in charge of that. We have panel two, and I think two of the members are here with us today. Thank you very much. Let me begin by recognizing and extending the time to Mr. Manuel Lavoy, Executive Director, General Office for Recovery, Reconstruction, and Resiliency. Sir, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Grijalva, Resident Commissioner Gonzalez Colon, and members of the committee for the chance to be here today to talk about the status and progress of Puerto Rico's disaster recovery. As you know, between 2017 and 2020, efforts were dedicated to completing the emergency works related to Hurricane Maria. For this, FEMA obligated $5.3 billion, including $1.9 billion for the electrical grid reconstruction under emergency terms. Simultaneously, FEMA and Core 3 worked closely to obligate permanent work funding in order to begin the long-term recovery and reconstruction. To reach this goal, in mid-2019, FEMA implemented for the first time its FEMA Accelerated Award Strategy, or FAST. On September 2020, under the FAST, FEMA obligated $9.5 billion of federal share to PREPA for the long-term permanent work reconstruction based on a fixed cost estimate. Although Core 3 and FEMA have taken proper steps to accelerate the reconstruction phase of the disasters, including the FAST initiative, it also came with limitations and restrictions. First, FEMA's disaster recovery programs are based on a reimbursement model. This is fundamental to consider since Puerto Rico and PREPA, prior to Hurricane Maria, were in a fiscal and economic crisis that resulted in declaring bankruptcy in 2017. Second, FAST only created a mechanism to agree on a universal budget for all permanent work projects, and it didn't include authorization for construction. Therefore, PREPA and LUMA are required to submit detailed scopes of work for each specific project to FEMA through their national delivery model. Once the scope of work is obligated by FEMA, then PREPA and LUMA are authorized to proceed to the construction phase and request Core 3 the corresponding reimbursements. Third, PREPA and LUMA still have to comply with the local approval process, such as submitting all scopes of work to our independent energy regulator, the Puerto Rico Energy Bureau, to ensure all projects are aligned with our state energy public policy. Notwithstanding, PREPA and LUMA has submitted over $2.5 billion in projects which are under FEMA's consideration and approval, of which FEMA has already approved 51, including 11 for generation, 38 for transmission and distribution, and 1 for advanced purchasing of critical long lead materials and equipment. Core 3 forecasts that before the end of this year, the total amount of projects approved by FEMA will reach at least 100, setting the stage for 2023. Another major change has been Core 3's development of a program aimed to address ARSUR recipients' liquidity constraints. At the request of the government of Puerto Rico, on September 2021, FEMA lifted certain restrictions related to the disbursement process. On May 2022, FEMA paved the way for Core 3 to release the Working Capital Advance Program. The WCA program allows Core 3 to advance 25% of the federal share obligated by FEMA for large permanent work projects. On June 2022, this program was launched. This week, Governor Pierluisi announced that the WCA program was expanded from 25% to 50%. To put things in perspective, in just 5 months, Core 3 has successfully disbursed over $550 million, which have impacted around 400 projects, including $180 million for PREPA LUMA projects alone. Despite the aforementioned progress, Hurricane Fiona, however, gave Puerto Rico another devastating blow. The storm impacted many parts of the electrical grid and generation facilities island-wide. A critical aspect of Fiona's recovery is the Grid Stabilization Plan announced this week by Governor Pierluisi and FEMA, which will be implemented under FEMA's direct federal assistance. This plan will provide short-term stability to our generation infrastructure, while Core 3, PREPA, and LUMA continue to focus on advancing the long-term reconstruction projects under FAST, as well as the energy-related projects to be funded under FEMA's Hazard Mitigation Grants Program. Although 2022 appears to be a major milestone on Puerto Rico's recovery, there is much ground to be made up after years of delays and the now devastating blow of Fiona. Consequently, we ask Congress to amend the Stafford Act to authorize FEMA to consolidate the Hurricane Maria and Hurricane Fiona disasters, not only to ensure a sound approach to the recovery process, but also help lessen the administrative burden for Puerto Rico to manage these disasters separately. Additionally, we request Congress to authorize a 100% federal cost share for all permanent work projects under Hurricane Maria and Fiona disasters, specifically for projects related to repairing the power grid. We are confident that the momentum gained advancing the reconstruction will not diminish. On the contrary, will accelerate in 2023 and beyond. Again, we thank you for the opportunity to be here to share this with you.
And now let me turn to Mr. William Rodriguez, Secretary, Puerto Rico Department of Housing. Sir, recognized.
Good afternoon, Chairman Grijalva, Ranking Member Gonzalez Colon, and members of the House Committee. On behalf of the government of Puerto Rico, I wish to thank the committee for inviting me to testify as Secretary of Puerto Rico Department of Housing on the states of Puerto Rico's post-disaster reconstruction under the Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery and Mitigation allocations. As you know, just over 5 years ago, Hurricanes Irma and Maria struck Puerto Rico and devastated the island's electrical power system, which led to the longest sustained blackout in modern United States history. However, the impact on the power grid remains ever present in the daily lives of island residents, as was recently laid bare after the impact of Hurricane Fiona. Therefore, a resilient electrical power service remains the single most comprehensive and critical factor to the future of Puerto Rico. In June 2021, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, allocated $1.9 billion for the enhancement and improvement of Puerto Rico's electrical power system to provide long-term energy resilience to the most impacted and distressed areas and to low and moderate income communities in Puerto Rico. This is an unprecedented allocation, and along with the U.S. Virgin Islands, the only one of its kind. So PRDOH worked in close collaboration with HUD and other federal agencies throughout the action plan design and approval process. After conducting a stakeholder engagement strategy, which included multiple participatory workshops, public hearings, and consultation with a broad range of federal agencies, in January 2022, PRDOH submitted the action plans to HUD. In March 2022, we received approval of the $1.4 billion budgeted for the electrical power reliability and resilience Year 2 program of the $1.9 billion allocation, for which a grant agreement with HUD was executed in August 2022. An amendment to the grant agreement for access to the remaining $500 million will be executed when HUD approves the Energy Grid Rehabilitation and Reconstruction Year 1 non-federal cost share program through an action plan substantial amendment as requested by HUD. PRDOH is determined to serve the most vulnerable by prioritizing strategic projects for critical infrastructure and areas with demonstrated reliability and resilience challenge under Year 2 program. Strategic projects will promote the integration of renewable sources of energy and distributed generation. Experiences with previous disasters have taught us that critical infrastructure, such as hospitals and some of the places where we are most vulnerable, having had to evacuate patients due to lack of power. Therefore, one of these strategic projects will be a microgrid for Centro Médico, which is the island's main hospital complex and trauma center. We will focus on the implementation of targeted high-impact projects in collaboration and with the guidance of partners such as the U.S. Department of Energy, while the larger long-term grid transformation projects are developed. This enables us to then identify opportunities for alignment and to impact the population that suffer the most in times of outages, while the PR100 study provides the blueprint for the comprehensive grid approach within the larger context covered by federal partners such as FEMA. Before receiving the allocation for electrical power system enhancement, PRDOH proactively carved out funds of its DR and MID portfolios to allocate funds to address households and community-level resilience projects. This includes $300 million on the CDBG-DR Community Energy and Water Resiliency Essential SURI program, which launched in 2021, and $500 million under the SURI MID programs, which will launch in the upcoming month. The energy-related activities to be funded across the DR and MID portfolios are intended to drive electrical system enhancement and improvement through a forward-thinking and holistic approach at individual households and community scales. These programs will complement the regional and grid-level scales to be addressed by the electrical system allocations. This will allow for a greater and more meaningful impact that targets Puerto Rico's most vulnerable. We're fully committed to the implementation of these strategic projects as our part of Puerto Rico's recovery landscape. PRDOH looks forward to ongoing federal support and the approval to allow assistance to privately owned utilities as we move to execute the strategic projects with expediency. I appreciate the opportunity to appear before this committee and look forward to answering any question you may have.
Thank you, sir. And let me now turn to Dr. Shea Bahramad. Could you say it correctly for me so that I don't butcher it?
Shea Bahramad.
Thank you very much. Apologize. Vice President of Engineering, Asset Management, and Capital Projects, Luma Energy. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Shea Bahramad, and I'm Senior Vice President of Engineering, Asset Management, and Capital Program at Luma. With me today is also Mr. Mario Hurtado, Luma's Chief Regulatory Officer, who will be available to answer questions. We would like to thank Chairman Grijalva, Ranking Member Westerman, and members of the committee for the invitation to appear to discuss the progress we have made to build a better energy future for Puerto Rico, as well as the ongoing challenges the 3,958 men and women of Luma, including 1,696 members of the IBEW union, continue to face due to the years and decades of operational and maintenance neglect under the previous operator. Before I begin, I would like to acknowledge 3 additional members of the Luma team: our Director of Strategic Initiatives, Ms. Kathy Rohr, Regional Manager of Lines, Ms. Belmaris Torres Rivera, and Regional Manager of Lines, Mr. Andy Andro. Kathy, Belmaris, and Andy are proud members of Luma who worked for the former operator, the Puerto Rico Electric Power Authority. These Luma workers are examples of the thousands of amazing utility workers, including many who once worked for PREPA, who are now helping lead the energy transformation in Puerto Rico and confronting the challenges we face head-on. One of the most significant challenges was Hurricane Fiona, a Category 1 hurricane that included 100-mile-per-hour winds, 30 inches of rain, and widespread flooding, which impacted critical parts of the electric grid and generation facilities across Puerto Rico. Because of the tireless work of Luma workers, we were able to restore power to over 90% of our customers in 12 days, a historic rate of restoration that has never been seen before in Puerto Rico. As significant as the response to Hurricane Fiona was, we continue to confront a brutal reality that cannot be denied. Specifically, the electric system Luma inherited 17 months ago was one of the worst electric systems when measured in industry operational standards. This is a fact that cannot be ignored. As the samples of the photographic evidence we provided show, the energy system was plagued by numerous issues from, as I stated earlier, years and decades of neglect. While Luma cannot erase decades of operational and maintenance failure in 17 months, our Luma teams continue to work hard every day to confront and overcome these legacy challenges. To date, our Luma teams has made undeniable and significant progress, whether it is replacing thousands of poles, repairing substations, addressing vegetation issues, or improving customer service. We are also proud of our efforts to empower clean energy revolution in Puerto Rico, having connected more solar customers in 17 months that were connected in 10 years under PREPA. With respect to the more fundamental transformation of the electric grid, LUMA has advanced federally funded FEMA project at a historic pace. Specifically, in 17 months, we have initiated 251 projects, with FEMA representing over $6 billion in federally funded projects, with 23 already under construction, compared to 0 FEMA projects under the past operator. It is important for the committee to also know that these FEMA projects will be guided by clear planning, sound engineering and science, and strict fiscal oversight. With the continued support of FEMA and the Department of Energy, as well as Core 3, LUMA will build on the progress we have made today, and we continue moving forward to build a more reliable and resilient energy system. All of us can be proud of the significant progress that's been made. We cannot discount the real day-to-day challenges that exist due to the fragility of the electric system. Challenges such as outages and ongoing generation-related outages. That's something that must be addressed, and we will continue to work with our Puerto Rican and federal agency partners to confront them. In closing, I hope we all can agree that it is more important than ever that we build on the progress that has been made, focusing on the future and not allow ourselves to be prisoners to a failed energy past. Let me be very clear. LUMA remains committed to Puerto Rico, to our 1.5 million customers, and to building an energy future that will make our customers, our local and federal partners, and the members of this committee proud. All of us at LUMA, including the thousands of IBEW union members who are on the front line of this effort, will not waver from the goal of building a more reliable, more resilient, and cleaner energy future for the people of Puerto Rico. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Appreciate it. Let me now ask Ms. Charlotte Gossett Navarro, Puerto Rico Chief Director, Hispanic Federation. Ms. Navarro, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Grijalva, for inviting Hispanic Federation to speak today about what we have learned from our 5 years on the ground in Puerto Rico. We congratulate this committee for using its oversight authority to pursue a just disaster recovery for the archipelago. Since Maria, Puerto Rico has experienced an ongoing state of crisis that's left residents traumatized and exhausted and forced hundreds of thousands to leave Puerto Rico. The recovery from Maria and subsequent disasters has been tragically slow. I say tragic because at its best, it's a daily inconvenience, but at its worst, it has resulted in additional preventable deaths for our most vulnerable residents, particularly due to the lack of electricity. The widely accepted solution to our energy problems is distributed rooftop solar energy with storage. However, we have yet to see significant political will to adopt this solution. More than $12 billion in FEMA funding has been allocated for the energy grid, but only 3% of the funds are proposed for renewable energy. Congress must use its oversight authority to ensure that all of the federal funds allocated for the optimization of the energy grid prioritize and deploy rooftop solar energy with storage and meet Puerto Rico's local renewable energy policy goals without compromising agriculture and ecological lands. According to the limited data published on the Puerto Rico Housing Department's CDBG-DR transparency portal, both the Principal Housing Recovery Program, known as R3, and the Principal Agriculture Recovery Program, known as REGROW, are failing to reach their goals. The R3 program received 27,000 applications, and of those, only 4,398 houses have been repaired or reconstructed. Applicants of the R3 program are particularly vulnerable households who have survived other disasters in the past 5 years while still waiting for their repairs to their homes. Geographically vulnerable populations such as Punta Santiago and Humacao, Loíza, Culebra have had few to no homes repaired or rebuilt. Hurricane Maria also devastated local agriculture production, and $92.5 million was allocated to the REGROW program to provide awards of $25,000 to $150,000 to local farmers and fishers. However, since its launch in 2021, out of Puerto Rico's more than 8,000 farmers and fishers, only 377 have received REGROW funds. Puerto Rico has more than $3.7 billion available for school infrastructure. However, in their proposed plan, The physical infrastructure changes that are needed to ensure continuity of education and structural safety and resiliency during and after a disaster are minimized. Congress and the President must ensure all federal funds are effectively used by requiring radical transparency and civil society participation in all phases of decision-making processes. Democratization of the recovery is the best way to minimize inefficiency, corruption, fraud, and waste. Since 2018, we have advocated for the creation of a citizen advisory committee. And although the Housing Department committed to the creation of the committee in 2021, as of today, it is still not operational. We welcomed the creation of the CDBG-DR data transparency portal. However, significant improvements need to be made in the type and format of data collected and provided to ensure real transparency. We have also been denied access to FEMA's individual damage assessment data that would allow us to make proper data-driven decisions. Eliminating the barriers of reimbursement and matching fund requirements to access federal funds will also promote equitable access and facilitate participation of community organizations and municipalities doing critical work but who do not have the financial capacity to participate. It would also promote local business integration. We support the call for the Biden administration to establish a recovery task force for Puerto Rico with transparent processes for interagency collaboration and civil society oversight. We also support Chairman Grijalva's proposal to allocate an additional $5 billion for residential rooftop solar. We also need legislation that brings Puerto Rico permanently and equitably into all federal safety net programs, including Medicaid, SSI, and SNAP, and a permanent exemption from the Jones Act. This will end these injustices and alleviate poverty and promote economic recovery. Congress should return Puerto Rico to democratic self-governance by eliminating the Financial Oversight and Management Board and ensuring the debt restructuring does not compromise our basic needs and essential services. An independent audit is also still needed. A sustainable and just recovery is only possible if it is community-driven by and for the people of Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico is on the front lines of climate change, and more than 100 years of systemic federal discrimination have left us uniquely vulnerable. But despite that, the people of Puerto Rico are still standing in the trenches doing the work. Congress and the federal government must fulfill their responsibilities to the people of Puerto Rico. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And let me now recognize Ms. Ruth Santiago, Community Environmental Lawyer. Ms. Santiago, you're recognized. Ms. Santiago, I think you're on mute. If you could unmute the apparatus there. We can't hear that. Let's, Ms. Santiago, let's see if that can I can go back to you and recognize you again, and if we get the technical issue fixed. Let me now turn to Mr. Emilio Colon Zavala, Board Member, Puerto Rico Builders Association. Sir, 5 minutes.
Chairman Grijalva, Ranking Member Westerman, Ranking Member Gonzalez Colon, and members of the committee, thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify on Puerto Rico's post-disaster reconstruction and power grid development hearing. The Rico Builders Association since 1951 has represented our real estate developers, builders, as well as related industry professionals. We are the Puerto Rico chapter for both the National Association of Home Builders and the Urban Land Institute. I come to you in my capacity as a former chairman of the association for the years 2018-2019 and in representation of current chairwoman Vanessa De Maria. On September 20th,
and it says unmuted.
On September 20th, 2017, our vulnerabilities were exposed in a manner that we never thought would happen. Approximately 60,000 families lost their homes while our infrastructure was destroyed. Still today, we're struggling to provide basic necessities to our people. The question must be, how do we take the necessary steps so that we don't find ourselves in the same predicament? How do we finally solve our vulnerabilities? The opportunity is here to rebuild a resilient Puerto Rico. The strong bureaucratic process implemented by FEMA under Section 428 of the Stafford Act and 2 CFR 200-205 has created significant delays in federal aid for permanent construction programs to start. Typically, as required by the Stafford Act, FEMA has accepted recipients' cost estimates from professionally licensed engineers and validated them. In addition, FEMA accepting applicant prepared and certified fixed cost estimates in other jurisdictions. Only not in Puerto Rico, where FEMA prepared all cost estimates. Circumventing Congress requirements and deviating from its own implementation guidelines, FEMA elected not to consider certified cost estimates by professionally licensed engineers, mutually agreed between the administrator of FEMA and the Puerto Rico government until 2020. Due to the magnitude of the disaster and FEMA's failure to expedite its own process, the result has been totally contrary to the reasoning provided in FEMA's guidance to not allow participants to submit cost estimates certified by their engineers as required by Section 428 of the Stafford Act. This greatly impacted project formulation process and delayed PREPA's PW. On September 18, 2022, due to Hurricane Fiona's impact in Puerto Rico, a total blackout once again occurred. Contrary to Maria's impact, our generation system suffered such damage that hindered initial recovery efforts. The need for disasters to be managed jointly is critical in order to reduce regulatory confusion. The storm damage has dramatically increased the risk of customers experiencing load shedding events. Prior to Hurricane Fiona, customers were 88 times more likely to have a load shed event when compared to the average mainline electric consumer. They are now approximately 500 times more likely to have a load shed event. The economic impacts to Puerto Rico have been estimated in $168 million this year and $700 million on 2023 unless mitigation measures are implemented. It is estimated that if current trend continues, power generation in Puerto Rico could be stabilized by March of 2024. With the recent announcement of additional generation, hopefully, this timeline will be accelerated. One of the models of governance typically considered in reform process is that of privatization. Privatization, however, is not a magical measure with assured resource and path free of pitfalls. Past experiences, both inside and outside Puerto Rico, also demonstrate that privatization is not a magical solution. At the end of the day, substituting an inefficient public monopoly with an inefficient privately owned monopoly will not solve the power grid problems. Puerto Rico must increase its use of renewable sources, not as a quasi-religious mantra, but judicially and intelligently, bearing the cost, its reliability, integration, and accurate operation with existing traditional systems as its greatest north. To achieve this, retrofit and reconstruction of existing transmission and distribution systems are needed to be accelerated. Also, permitting challenges remain for projects to be executed. Streamlining of processes and elimination of duplicate tasks must be finally resolved. Title V of PROMESA, which established a streamlined permitting process for critical projects through the Oversight Board, especially for the energy sector, hasn't been fully implemented. Finally, let's not forget the state of Puerto Rico's economy and its government's fiscal challenges. The government of Puerto Rico did emerge from bankruptcy, but an economy predicated heavily in the use of appropriated federal dollars for our reconstruction is not sustainable in the long run. The recovery of our electrical power infrastructure has to be our number one priority in order to restore economic stability and prosperity to our islands. It is, at the end of the day, a matter of national security. I thank you again for the opportunity to share our views, and I'm available for further collaboration in these efforts and to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Mr. Eduardo Prado, President, Puerto Rico Chapter, Associated General Contractors, sir, recognized?
Yes. Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee and everybody in the hearing. My name is Eduardo Pardo, resident of Puerto Rico. I'm president of the current Puerto Rico AGC, Associated General Contractors of America. Thank you for the invitation to appear before this committee. We can agree that the reconstruction process is taking much longer than expected, and that in some areas, such as power, little progress has been made. Having said that, AGC Puerto Rico wants to state for the record that recently we have seen an increase in projects out for bids and in construction, such as the Puerto Rico Aqueduct and Sewer Authority is currently executing its plan to reconstruct, improve, and build new installations financed with a mixed source of funds, including FEMA. Different from other agencies, PRASA is communicating and working closely with local contractors and is issuing bids regularly. The Puerto Rico Department of Housing, which manages CDBG funds, has many projects in construction, in award process, and constantly provides projections for upcoming work. Municipalities. Certain municipalities, after so many years and obstacles, have been able to access funds and issue bids. We are seeing more activity in the municipalities, especially due to the 25% working capital advance approved to expedite processes. However, other areas are stuck, especially the electrical power grid. Rehabilitation and modernization of Puerto Rico's power grid should be the #1 priority for everyone. However, 5 years after Hurricane Maria, AGC of Puerto Rico doesn't know of any significant projects currently underway to achieve a resilient and modern network. In fact, the local contractors that we represent have been sidelined by LUMA and not being made part of the process. Our main objective on today's testimony is bringing before this committee our main areas of concerns and solutions from the contractor's perspective. Government red tape and bureaucracy. The AGC welcomes appointment of the Secretary of Energy, Jennifer Granholm, to hopefully identify situations that are affecting the process of reconstruction work in all areas and implement solutions that bring transparency and efficiency, including the use of design build and maximization of local contracting. Priority projects. There are many priority needs in Puerto Rico, but none more important than being ready for the next storm. We in the AGC strongly recommend concentrating in 5 to 10 priority projects with special emphasis on those reference to the power grid. These projects must be moved in front of the line and have the backing of all entities to get them to construction as soon as possible. Budgets. No matter what may be said on the how or why, the fact is that bids and proposals are coming in higher than budgets, which means projects cannot begin. To be able to undertake the projects that Puerto Rico needs, based on the expert analysis of agencies, the federal and local government must expedite budget adjustments to address inflation. Local contracting. Maximizing the participation of local contractors and suppliers to reconstruct the island's infrastructure is vital to Puerto Rico's economic recovery and progress. Local contracting will create wealth and well-paying jobs that will remain in Puerto Rico. Section 307 of the Stafford Act states that preference shall be given to firms operating in the area affected by a disaster or the emergency, in this case, Puerto Rico. AGC of Puerto Rico understands that the percent of preference should be determined and included in the guidelines to ensure transparency and compliance. Labor. Access to skilled labor is a major concern. AGC of Puerto Rico and the construction industry is proposing the implementation by executive order from the president of a parole for significant public benefit to allow non-citizens living currently in Puerto Rico with undefined migratory status to work in construction projects financed with FEMA disaster recovery funds. This will be a feasible mechanism to significantly expand the pool of workers in the time frame needed without having to bring in workers from other jurisdictions. AGC Puerto Rico and our members have unsuccessfully tried using other mechanisms such as seasonal H-2B visas. H-2B visas were not designed and are not simply not meant for the construction industry. PLA requirements, removing unnecessary requirements such as the project labor agreements established by LUMA and imposed on local contractors is fundamental. We have repeatedly stated that Luma's imposition of PLA negotiated with a labor union outside of Puerto Rico will increase cost dramatically and significantly limit the number of projects that will be fact-built. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Let me now go back to Ms. Ruth Santiago, Community Environmental Attorney. Ms. Santiago, if it's functioning, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Grijalva. Good morning. Good afternoon, and to the Chairman Grijalva and members of the House Committee on Natural Resources. On behalf of the dozens of groups joining in this testimony, we appreciate the opportunity to testify on Puerto Rico's post-disaster reconstruction and power grid development. We advocate for a decentralized, distributed, solar-based electric system and have substantial concerns with Luma Energy's deficient operation of the electric system and Luma's control over the historic amount of federal disaster recovery funds. The recent impacts of Hurricane Fiona brutally underscore the lessons that were not learned from Hurricane Maria. People in Puerto Rico experienced the 5th anniversary of Hurricane Maria without electricity or running water. Fiona mostly skirted Puerto Rico as a tropical storm and a Category 1 hurricane as it entered the southwest corner of the archipelago. Yet, the hurricane downed the centralized and poorly operated and maintained electric transmission and distribution system, causing a complete power outage. Only households and businesses with rooftop solar or functioning generators had access to electric power. Just as happened after Hurricane Maria, news reports indicate that deaths related to Hurricane Fiona, many of them due to lack of electricity, have been underreported. Since 2017, FEMA has allocated an unprecedented $14 billion of Puerto Rico's electric system and hazard mitigation. Yet FEMA, Luma, and local authorities have opted to rebuild the exact same system that repeatedly collapses. The FOMB touts the Luma contract as one of its foremost accomplishments. However, for residents, businesses, and institutions in Puerto Rico, the Luma contract has been nothing less than a disaster. Electric service under Luma has worsened. There are more power outages and voltage fluctuations, which damage appliances, medical equipment, and other machinery that put life and property at risk, with adverse effects on public health as hospitals, healthcare centers, and homes are left without service. An IEFA study concluded that voltage fluctuations increased within Luma's first 2 months of operation. The duration of outages has increased from 1,340 to 1,649 minutes per year. The system average interruption frequency index has steadily risen from 0.5 in January 2022 to 0.7 in May 2022. As a result of the April 6, 2022 general power outage related to Luma's operation, a group of restaurant chains filed a class action complaint against Luma seeking $310 million in damages. The increase in voltage fluctuations is so prevalent that it prompted the Puerto Rico legislature to allow the Independent Consumer Protection Office to file claims for damages to domestic appliances. On the other hand, a resilient, reliable, and accessible electric system in Puerto Rico is possible. FEMA should prepare an environmental impact statement that includes distributed renewable energy, such as rooftop solar and battery energy storage systems, for the investment of the historic amount of disaster recovery funds. Puerto Ricans with the means to do so are rapidly installing rooftop solar. If the FEMA funds are not used to provide rooftop solar and storage systems for low and moderate income residents, the majority of the population will be left behind with an expensive, dirty, and unreliable grid and vulnerable to tropical storms and low-grade hurricanes like Fiona. The governor mentioned that he would be funding a small amount of rooftop solar projects. He mentioned 25,000. That does not go far enough, as we have 1.5 million ratepayers. FEMA, Luma, and the government of Puerto Rico and the Puerto Rico Energy Bureau continue to push the reconstruction of the 20th century centralized electric system. New fossil generation and utility-scale renewable energy projects, which took up to 15 months to reconnect to the grid after Hurricane Maria. Now, PREPA is, I should say, also proposing to use a very small part of the disaster recovery funds for rooftop solar in remote mountainous communities. But that is certainly not enough, as we mentioned, because there are so many other ratepayers, low-income and middle-income ratepayers that would be left behind. The We Want Sun, Queremos Sol civil society proposal urges the use of the FEMA funds to provide life-saving distributed renewable energy, primarily rooftop solar and battery energy storage, to enable universal access to resilient power to residents, businesses, and institutions. Puerto Rico need not be a place of unmitigated disaster. How many more people need to die for FEMA and the government of Puerto Rico to invest in these alternatives? We urge the committee to investigate the LUMA contract and the role of the FOMB in the electric crisis. We ask this committee to require FEMA to prepare an EIS in compliance with NEPA, consider distributed renewable energy and the use of FEMA funds for rooftop solar and storage systems that will provide life-saving electric service to the residents of Puerto Rico. The use of the FEMA funds will determine the viability of Puerto Rico for generations to come. Using FEMA funds to rebuild the centralized Puerto Rico grid, as proposed by LUMA and the government of Puerto Rico, is a terrible waste of taxpayer money. Thank you.
Let me ask the members, beginning with Ms. Stubber, if you have any questions.
Yeah.
Recognized for 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just a few questions for Dr. Abara Murad. Thank you for joining us today. Is LUMA in charge of energy generation, or is PREPA?
Thank you, Congressman, for the question. LUMA is in charge of transmission and distribution, and PREPA is responsible for generation.
Okay. Does LUMA have any control over skyrocketing energy prices?
No, in fact, Congressman, I appreciate the opportunity to clarify, as this is an area of immense confusion. LUMA has never asked or received a rate increase. We have no control over that, and to be honest, this is an area that PREPA needs to address. It is hurting the people of Puerto Rico, and we have efforts that are implementing to mitigate that damage. Since the beginning of 2021, there has been 7 increases in rate. Customers pay for electricity due to the rising cost of generation fuel used by PREPA and other generators, and have been 0 increase proposed to pay of any LUMA's operation. Less than 16% of the bill is related to LUMA's operation, and LUMA does not generate energy, nor does not financially benefit from any change or increase in generation fuel cost. I should also mention that since August, there has been twice reduction in generation cost and rate as well.
Thank you. How long did it take LUMA to return electrical service to Puerto Rico following Hurricane Fiona?
As you heard in my testimony, Congressman, Hurricane Category 1 Fiona, it had 100 miles per hour. We experienced 100 miles per hour wind and over 30 inches of rain in some areas. It took us 5 days to restore 52% of customers and 12 days to restore 90% of customer. That is a historic restoration for Puerto Rico that hasn't been seen in the past. And that is due to the fact that we have spent over 10,000 hours of training with FEMA. We have done number of drills with federal government, FEMA, Army Corps, Corps 3, Department of Energy, and many others to be prepared for such natural disasters. In addition to that, our parent company have invested in assets and trucks and bucket trucks and diggers in the island to be prepared for such events. And as a result of that, we have been able to restore 90% of customers in 12 days.
We also know that LUMA inherited a massive maintenance backlog. With my remaining time, can you describe that backlog left by PREPA and how many projects you've completed since you have had the contract?
This is an excellent question. When we took over, we had to digitize rooms and rooms of paper and to analyze them related to maintenance of equipment, substation, transmission, and distribution lines, and analyze them and prioritize the maintenance of them. We have made significant progress. In addition to that, when we took over, there were over 270,000 work orders in the backlog that's been there since Maria. And right now, we have only 10,000 work orders in the backlog.
So you went from 270,000 backlog orders to
Less than 10,000 in 17 months.
Okay. I appreciate the opportunity, and Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Let me now turn to the gentleman from Chicago, Mr. Garcia. You're recognized for 5 minutes, sir, if you're available. I guess not. And Mr. Benz, sir, you're recognized. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have some questions for Mr. Pardo, if he can answer, if he can hear me.
Yes.
My first question has to do with your report. You call out that you suggest actually making a list of 5 priority projects in different areas. Your report would suggest that there hasn't been a prioritization done. Is that true? Are you saying there was no prioritization? If so, who decides what happens? Which projects get done first?
I know that there's critical projects that the government has in mind, but since the most important factor here is the power grid and the big projects that really provides the resiliency needed before the next hurricane, those projects have not started. So those projects they may be in FEMA's hand or in LUMA's hand. That's why the assignment of Jennifer Granholm is key to resolve those issues and put those projects out for construction.
So let me, I'm going to hop around here a bit because I don't have much time. In your next part of your report, you talk about skilled labor and that it is a major concern. I looked quickly at the population of Puerto Rico, which is 3.264 million. I looked at the demographics and in the unemployment rate, it appears that your unemployment rate is 8.27%. And so I'm just wondering, do you have people in Puerto Rico that don't want to work, or what's going on? How come you're short labor when you have an 8.5% unemployment rate?
Well, speaking for the construction sector, the current formal market is around 30,000 workers. It used to be, before the 15 years that we've been a decline economy, that number used to be in the 60,000. We could manage around 6 billion worth of work a year. But after 15 years of decline economy, we have lost that ability, and we need workers. We need workers to perform this reconstruction work as soon as possible. That's why we are proposing this initiative for parole for significant public benefit.
Right, it appeared to me, and we have the same issue, by the way, although the unemployment rate appears to be around 3% here, and so we have an incredible demand for the same visas you talk about, the H-2B, and also H-2A visas. So this seems to be a Western Hemisphere problem. Let me go to your last paragraph where you talk about the restrictions that labor unions have imposed upon, or the requirements that certain labor unions be used. And you say this increases costs dramatically and will significantly limit the number of projects that will in fact be built. LUMA's chosen union will not be able to supply the amount of construction workers that will be needed. Have you brought this to the governor's attention?
Yes, we have. Yes, we have.
And what's the response?
The response has been that they're giving LUMA the priority to decide. Our point of view is that this is federal funds for the benefit of Puerto Rico. We are very sure that when those projects go out to bid, pricing using those PLAs are going to be much higher than they need to be. And if there any doubt, they can open it to the market and we can compare pricing. So we can make the best use of the funds available.
Right, so, well, I could comment on this, but I won't. I have a last question. You say that there should be, that the U.S. government, the Commonwealth, and the construction industry should work together to implement, quote, innovative solutions. Do you have one or two, some innovative solutions you would suggest?
Yes, thank you for your question. The parole for significant public benefit, that's a parole with a prerogative the executive branch can provide. Due to the hurricane in Puerto Rico, they can provide us with a parole using non-citizens currently living in Puerto Rico. It's not for people to come in. It's people that are currently living in Puerto Rico with an immigrant status, to provide them a formal way to work for these construction projects much needed, and they can be provided a legal way to legalize their status.
Thank you, Mr. Pardo, very much. I yield back.
And let me, or any of our, okay. Mr. Torres, as you walk up, take a deep breath. You're recognized, sir, when you're ready.
I have concerns about the manner in which LUMA reports outages to the public. So instead of reporting the number of outages by municipality, LUMA reports outages by regions. And here's the problem as I see it. Unlike municipalities, which are based in law and tradition, and which are familiar to the people of Puerto Rico, the 6 regions into which LUMA divides the island, those regions are arbitrary and artificial. LUMA's practice of reporting outages based on arbitrarily drawn regions, in my view, has led to more confusion than clarity. So for example, if LUMA reports that power has been restored in the region of Ponce, it gives the impression that power has been restored in the municipality of Ponce, even if that impression is false. And so is LUMA willing to commit to reporting outages by municipality rather than by these imaginary regions you've devised?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. If it's okay, I would like to invite my colleague, Mr. Hurtado, to join me to provide details.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sir, for the record, and your title.
My name is Mario Hurtado. I'm the Chief Regulatory Officer for LUMA Energy.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Congressman Torres, the regions that you mentioned respectfully are not arbitrary or artificial. They're based on the configuration of the electrical system. So the systems that LUMA has that track outages by feeder or by distribution lines coming from the transmission system, that's how the system is organized. It's also organized so that we can organize the work efficiently with the different crews, and that's the way the regions are set up. That said, your concern is very well taken in terms of reporting and providing information to the public. The systems that LUMA inherited from PREPA are quite limited, specifically the outage management system, which is the main tool that's used to track outages and to be able to report out. We have an improvement program that we've instituted to make improvements in that, but there's quite a bit of missing data. We have been rebuilding it, but it is a process
I'll
that will
rephrase
take
the question.
several years.
Is it, and I know it might not be arbitrary to you, but to the people on the island, it comes off as arbitrary. Like reporting by municipality would seem more natural, more logical to residents on the island. So my question is it even possible for you to break down the reporting at the municipality level?
Congressman, where I was getting to in my answer is that is a goal that we have, and we are moving towards that. We're not there yet. As I mentioned, as I was trying to say, it's a multi-year process for us to get there in terms of cleaning the data, making sure that it's reflecting the reality, and also being able to extend the data beyond just the feeders, but to the laterals that are many of the lines that come off of a main feeder to actual people's homes. At this time, we don't have the granularity of data acquisition from the system to be able to report that way. So we're really making calculations and estimates based on how many customers we believe are connected to certain feeders. And so that data, while it's the best data we have at the time, is not that accurate, and it's not organized around municipalities. So that is part of the process that we're undergoing, and it is something that we're driving towards.
Congressman, one thing I would add to it is, the good news is that one of the most transformative projects that was recently approved by FEMA is modernization of our energy management system. And as we go through the process and install that, that is going to help us to get what you're asking, providing more visibility, having more visibility to municipalities and provide that information to our customers.
And I have a question for, I think, the housing representative. I spoke to the governor earlier about the informal nature of much of the housing in Puerto Rico, and how do we ensure that we're not simply rebuilding in the same form, but that we're building back better. So do you have the funding that you need from FEMA or HUD to rebuild the housing stock with greater resilience?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. Yes, we have the money from the DR. We got...
How large is that pot?
3 billion.
3 billion?
Yeah. We currently have access to that money last year. We increased from 400 houses that we already either repair up to code or reconstruct, and now we have more than 4,000 houses and relocate.
I just want to quickly interject because I see my time. 3 billion will lead to the rebuilding of how many homes? And that will be my final question.
Sorry, yeah.
You said you have a pot of $3 billion.
Yeah.
To rebuild homes with greater resilience.
Yes.
How many homes?
I will be 17,000 homes.
17,000?
Yeah.
Out of how many homes in the Puerto Rico's housing stock?
1 million.
Okay. So I think we have a distance to travel before.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Appreciate it, and thank you for joining the committee. Momentarily, I assume. Let me now turn to the Commissioner of Puerto Rico, Ms. Gonzalez-Colon. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I want to just recognize that this morning, 2 officers were shot doing their job in the morning by CBP patrol in the water in the southwest of the island. One of those CBP officers just passed away as a result of the injuries. So I just want to acknowledge that and send our condolences to their families and all the people involved. And regarding the hearing, I would like to request PREPA to submit a written statement regarding the reconstruction of the island and the power grid and the generation, because it's pertained to this discussion today. If you allow that to happen, sir.
Without objection, I think it is a good request.
Thank you.
That could be disseminated to all the members.
Thank you, sir. The next request will be requiring the action plan for the rebuilding of the power grid system to the committee, including timelines and estimated years in which milestones are to be achieved by Core 3 or the government of Puerto Rico.
Again, without objection.
Thank you. My questions now are going to be heading to Luma and Dr. Bahar Mirad. Did I say it well? Kind
Yes,
of?
ma'am.
Okay, thank you. First of all, who will own title of the goods and equipment, such as tools, vehicles acquired by Luma using Puerto Rico or U.S. federal funding for the reconstruction of the electrical grid? It's going to be under Luma Energy, PREPA, federal government, or local government of Puerto Rico?
People of Puerto Rico.
Sorry?
People of Puerto Rico, ma'am.
So they're going to be they're going to be property of the government of Puerto Rico?
Correct.
Okay. The second question will be, and you can submit this for the record. I know that Luma was hired to fix, of course, the situation of the electrical grid on the island, the defective system of the electrical grid on the island. And the government of Puerto Rico paid for this. How much Luma has been paid over the last year?
I would defer that to my colleague, Mr. Hurtado.
Congressman, good afternoon. LUMA's fee is approximately $100 million
During the last year,
per year, ma'am.
for 1 year. It has incurred in a profit or a loss during the last year?
Excuse me?
It was profit or loss for LUMA during the last year?
For LUMA, there was profit based on the fee minus other expenses.
How much subcontracting or consulting does LUMA do to its own parent companies and other affiliates of its parent companies?
That question, so LUMA has one contract. Actually, currently, LUMA does not subcontract to its subsidiary, to its parent companies at all. There's one contract that's been asked for on an emergency basis because of Fiona, in order to be a subcontract there.
Let's do this. Can you provide the committee a breakdown, including the justifications and the amount charged and paid for those affiliates of your parent companies, even including Hurricane Fiona? My next question will be in that sense, that during the Fiona recovery, it was reported that LUMA did not call upon the other public utilities in the American Public Power Association for cooperation agreements to provide support, personnel, and equipment, but did everything using LUMA's own contractors. Is that true? Yes or no?
Yes, ma'am. We have been in constant communication with
the answer is yes.
EEI as well.
The answer is yes. So how many local versus USA, Canada contractors were used?
During Fiona, we had over 2,800 utility workers and over 2,500 vehicles deployed.
Okay. And how did that cost in versus what the public utility support will have cost? And if you don't have the answer, you can submit it later to the committee.
Sure, yes. Yeah, I don't have a comparison of the cost.
Respectfully, the aid from public utilities was not an option. There wasn't enough time for them to be able to do it.
I don't have a question for you, sir. The question now will be for Core 3 Director, and I know you've been asking for the committee to have, to expedite and approve more things to make it easier to get the money. How much, can you clarify how many electrical grid projects have been submitted, obligated, approved, and disbursed for? And what are the funding sources that you can give to the committee? You can submit it in writing. And I know you've been dealing with this for many, many months and asking for some amendments that we're working in other committee, which is Transportation and Infrastructure. What will be your main request aside for doing the staff work amendment?
Thank you, Congresswoman. I will say that as of today, we have requested FEMA to streamline its process for this FAST that we expressed before. All these energy projects for the reconstruction of the electrical grid, including generation, transmission, and distribution, under the public assistance program, the $9.5 billion, they have to go through that national delivery model by FEMA. It means that they have to conduct environmental and historic preservation reviews, very thorough reviews, and also additional evaluations associated with extra dollars for hazard mitigation measures. It takes time. And I have to emphasize the fact that the $9.5 billion was just a budget when it was announced, and it's based on reimbursement. So every project has to go back to FEMA. Today, they are committed to streamline that process, that it takes a lot of time to get authorization for construction. And let me clarify it again, as I did in my oral statement. The $9.5 billion never authorized construction. The construction is authorized once the scope of work is obligated. As of today, and when the governor also said it in the morning, there are 51 projects obligated by FEMA. There are 43 right now pending approval by FEMA. Hopefully we get to the 100 projects approval before the end of the year. So we ask FEMA, and they are actually doing that review to streamline that process. And of course, then we have the rest of the asks that are included in our testimony.
Thank you. And I know my time already expired. I will submit the rest of the questions for the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Mr. Gentleman from Chicago, Mr. Garcia, you have any questions recognized, sir? Garcia? You recognize, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry for that little glitch. As you know, Chair Grijalva, you're working to pass $5 billion in supplemental funding for rooftop solar and battery storage systems, which would go to low-income households and households with people with disabilities in Puerto Rico. How could you recommend that programs be operationalized in order to best meet the needs of the people it is intended to serve? That is a question for Ruth Santiago, our community environmental attorney.
Thank you, Congressman. We fully support the Queremos Sol Coalition. We Want Sun Coalition fully supports the disaster supplemental bill for $5 billion for rooftop solar and storage. As we mentioned in our testimony, only high-income people, in the written testimony, only high-income people have been able to access that type of life-saving, resilient energy supply. And we clearly saw after Hurricane Fiona that people who had rooftop solar were able to have power both during and after the hurricane. And our hope is that the bill will be passed and that Puerto Rico will become more viable as a place, and that I'm hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you very much. A question for Mr. Baramurad. Under the existing contract with the government of Puerto Rico, your company is charged with the use of funds for the reconstruction of the grid, but FEMA establishes a relationship with PREPA and the government of Puerto Rico as recipients of the funds. And as we know, FEMA undertakes a recoupment process to get funds back when they are not used according to the guidelines or policies. Is LUMA obligated under the existing program to pay back the recoupment of FEMA if the guidelines are violated?
Hi, Congressman. Mario Hurtado for LUMA. Under the operation and maintenance contract between the government of Puerto Rico and LUMA, there's several provisions about the management of federal funds. You definitely stated correctly that the recipient is the government of Puerto Rico, and in the case for electrical sector, PREPA is the subrecipient. LUMA, as a contractor for PREPA, has some specific duties there, including following all of the federal laws and regulations in order to fully utilize all of the funds that Puerto Rico is entitled to rebuild the grid. And we have to follow a specific procurement plan for that and other rules, and that is overseen also by the Public-Private Partnerships Authority. And they have the ability to check all of our work, as obviously FEMA does as well. And so we do have the responsibility to spend those funds within the guidelines and within the rules.
Okay, and will LUMA respond to the government of Puerto Rico if money is recouped as a result of your reconstruction work?
If money is recouped, sir?
Yes, as a result of your reconstruction work.
If I understand your question, is LUMA responsible to the government of Puerto Rico for how it spends those funds and the reimbursement of those funds? The answer is yes, we are.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, if I may add one quick comment, if I may, about that last question. I need to clarify also for the record that Core 3 is the recipient and administrator of all FEMA obligated funding. So therefore, Core 3 serves as the entity in front of FEMA and the federal government to ensure that all funding is used and dispersed properly. And we have all the controls, the policies and procedures to ensure that every penny that is dispersed is done in full compliance and transparency with federal requirements. So we are that watchdog.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Doctor, and I'm sorry, the other person that was called up to the table for Luma. One general question. There's a contract called the Operations and Maintenance Agreement. There is currently also a supplemental agreement that delays the full implementation of the Operations and Maintenance Agreement. The full Operations and Maintenance Agreement and all of its contract provisions are supposed to begin on December 1st or after the debt is figured out. Is that an accurate way to summarize it? Yes?
Approximately, Chairman.
Approximately, yes?
Approximately, yes, yeah.
Yeah. And the contract, okay, and the contract sets incentives for good performance, but currently neither the contract nor the supplemental agreement has any financial penalties for poor performance. Is that correct as well, or approximately correct?
No, the contract has significant consequences for not meeting certain performance metrics. Specifically, there are key performance metrics that are
Does it involve
designated.
financial penalties?
Well, it would put in jeopardy the contract, and it would give the ability of the government of Puerto Rico to cancel the contract if key performance metrics are not met for 3 years in a row. The government of Puerto Rico may cancel the contract.
But there could be poor performance 2 out of 3 years, but you'd meet 1 out of 3, correct? Or is that just?
Well, that is the terms of the contract as they were negotiated and presented with the government of Puerto Rico.
Okay, I appreciate it. That was approximately maybe. I don't think it was entirely a yes. But I mentioned that because I think financial penalties are essential. And we'll dig into how that is in the contract. It's the question I asked the governor, and some confusion as to the interpretation, and we'll follow up on it because, I really believe that's the main mechanism for accountability. And if it's not strong enough, then there's no consequences, and the people of Puerto Rico could potentially and have suffered. But anyway, as I mentioned in the statement, my colleagues and I, including the resident commissioner, are proposing an energy resilience measure focused on those that need it most after this disaster. We're requesting $5 billion in the emergency supplemental that would provide rooftop solar and battery storage to low-income households and households with people with disabilities. In answer to Mr. Garcia's, part of the answer is that that's the targeted population, and that would be the control mechanism in terms of disbursement of that. They would have to qualify under that. And the market for rooftop solar and batteries in Puerto Rico is one of the most active in the country right now, in part because people need to keep their lights on, the refrigerators humming during a disaster. Hurricane Fiona hit Puerto Rico in September. We saw that those with solar and batteries got to keep their lights on and that function. But the only people getting these resiliency tools are the ones that can afford it, quite frankly. And those that can't are denied that very basic need. And for some, it's a matter of life and death. So I want to ask a couple of you, and I was going to ask Ms. Santiago, but I think you responded to that question already with Congressman Garcia. So do you support the proposal to provide, that the Department of Energy provide $5 billion for rooftop solar and storage solutions for Puerto Rico in this new emergency appropriations bill? Mr. Gossett, and Ms. Gossett, do you support that proposal, or?
Yes, absolutely. We're 100% in support of that proposal and think it's absolutely necessary. After Hurricane Fiona, we had to rapidly deploy both solar energy systems to different communities and also, unfortunately, generators. But the generators that we were deploying to the homes of people with disabilities who required them for respirators, for dialysis, there was no diesel then to support them. And so solar really is the
That's what
answer. And I
we-
think this proposal is fantastic.
And Mr. Emilio Colon Zavala, your reaction, do you support that proposal?
Yes, we do support that proposal. It
Thank
would
you.
bring energy.
Mr. Prado?
We need,
The
if I
same
may,
question, Mr. Prado?
if I may,
Yes, we definitely support the program.
I appreciate that. And now, Doctor, if the proposal covered the technology necessary to be compatible with the existing grid, would that be helpful to LUMA's operations?
Thank you, Chairman, for the question. It's an opportunity for us to reiterate that we are supporting the public policy in Puerto Rico, and people of Puerto Rico have chosen 100% renewable. And in the past 17 months, the record shows that we have connected 36,500, more than the past decade, and we do support it. In terms of a specific question that you asked, the impact of renewable into the grid, as well as the cost in buildings in order to retrofit the roof and making upgrade in buildings that they do not meet the safety codes, as long as it's incorporated into the bill, we definitely support that.
It's in there. And let me, the governor, and thank you, has already expressed his support, and I'm very grateful. We all, my colleagues, Senator Menendez, Senator Gilbrand, got 13 signatures in a letter of support, urging that be included. There's a letter from various groups from the island, including the Puerto Rico Chamber of Commerce, which supports it, and the Secretary of Energy, who has spoken favorably of it. So this is an idea with good appeal. I think it can do a lot for families, and while it is not the substantive, total structural answer to the questions that we've been dealing with here today, it became a prevalent question and concern to us, given the reactions we were getting after Fiona. And so we're going to urge people to support that, and I want to thank all of you for your support. I was, before I thank the witnesses and close up the meeting, I know nobody wants to leave, but I'm going to have to break this up. I wanted to say something. I think this whole discussion and much of the discussion that has occurred has been around trying to address the issue of disparity. That and these emergencies, the reconstruction and energy delivery on the island, I think there has to be a balance and an equity going forward, and we need to address that, and the accountability and transparency that's necessary, particularly in making as a commitment, as the good doctor said, the commitment that Puerto Rico has in policy to 100%.
Yes, I'm leaving the meeting.
I think that's important. And one of the areas that I brought up with the governor, and it's also been a discussion point among the members here on both sides of the aisle, is the two critical areas of reconstruction that continue to be a priority, and we'll continue to ask, regardless of who's in that chair, of the progress on that, is school reconstruction and the medical facilities reconstruction. And I think the point was made by various witnesses, and that is the community collaboration and the substantive inclusion of that community in planning for the goal of 100% renewable and alternative energy, particularly at the local community level, which I think will go a long way. One of my trips, one of the early trips to Puerto Rico to look at the energy, we went into a small community, ahí en las montañas, and they had, through a nonprofit, situated themselves with battery storage and energy, and were able to, during the worst points in Maria, sustain themselves in those homes. There weren't many, but they were able to sustain themselves. And that left an impression with many of us, an impression that with these 5 billion, we're trying to provide a good example of what can be done and how community collaboration can help us do that. I want to thank you. We'll continue to monitor, to follow, to provide oversight, and as we're doing with this supplemental, continue to urge that we reach that balance and begin to close the disparity gap with our fellow citizens in Puerto Rico. With that, thank you very much. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.